Alright, we are live here, day 2, the 5-bar showdown, Meadowcreek High School. About to start the Superwoman here in 1 minute. Our first lifter will be Barbara Parsons. She'll be opening up the snatch at 17 kilos. It looks like we have 7 women in this session here, all battling for that first place position, that cash prize of $1,500 cash. So what we'll be seeing here today in this session is you'll see a mixture of weightlifters and powerlifters. The weightlifters will be more trying to hit their absolute maxes on here so they can get a big lead going into the powerlifting portion later on today. And you'll see some of the powerlifters who aren't really used to weightlifting maybe saving themselves a little bit for their strengths in the powerlifting later on today. If you're not familiar with weightlifting, it's a little bit different than powerlifting. You'll be seeing people follow themselves as opposed to powerlifting where everybody does their first attempt, then everybody does second, then everybody does third. So here we have Barbara Parsons opening up 17 kilos, first attempt. Strong lift there. Easy opener. It automatic increases to 18 kilos. So it automatically goes up 1 kilo until she declares what weight she wants. So the loaders will take the bar to 18 kilos and she will discuss if she wants to take that weight or go up in weight. She will be following herself because in weightlifting the bar never goes down in weight, it only goes up in weight. So we'll start at 17 and we'll work our way up until the last person goes at the heaviest weight. So the clock is running. There's 18 kilos on the bar for Barbara's second attempt. I believe Barbara is primarily a power lifter. She was speaking earlier saying that she wasn't too familiar with the rules of weightlifting. They're a little bit different than powerlifting. So what you'll be seeing is the 3 judges up front. They're going to be watching for things like no pressing out of the elbows. So when you take the bar overhead, you have to catch it with your elbows locked out. There has to be no press, so they'll be calling red lights on that. The lifters don't have to go all the way into a squat when they lift, but you'll be seeing the weightlifters, they will be going into their squat when they snatch and clean, because that's the most efficient way to lift as much weight as possible. Some of the powerlifters aren't too familiar with the Olympic lifts, so they'll probably be sticking with the power lifts where they're just catching them high, like you just saw Barbara do here. So we got 1:10 left. Barbara has 19 kilos on the bar. She went up 1 kilo. Alright, here we go. Second attempt. Let's see what she's got. Strong pull. Easy second attempt there. Very good. So 19 kilos. They will load it to 20 kilos. Automatic increase. We'll see if she wants more weight. So in weightlifting, they're going off a Sinclair formula, which takes into account their body weight and how much weight they lift total in the snatch and the clean and jerk. They're all battling for first place. Whoever has the the highest Sinclair will win $1,500 in cash, gift cards from LFT Sports Nutrition, Eleco, Mermaid in the Mountains, Fit Darlings, and Greater Than Sport Drink. So at the end of the day, we'll see who has the highest Sinclair here. They'll be doing the weightlifting portion in the AM and the powerlifting portion in the PM. Alright, 21 kilos for Barbara's third attempt. She looked good on the last two, so I think she'll make this one. That looks good. We'll see what the judges say. No lift there. She had a little press out in both the elbows as it went overhead. That's why you saw that. But she is credited with 19 kilos for her second attempt. Great job there for Barbara. So the next lifter will be Ellay Merana at 41 kilos. So now we're going to have the bigger plates on, so they'll take away the 25s that the bar was sitting on with the smaller plates, and we'll have just the weights sitting on the ground now. So this will be Ellay's first attempt, 41. Once the bar is loaded and the clips are on, then the 1 minute clock will start for Ellay. We're closing in on the 100-pound mark here in the snatch. We're a little under 100 pounds here at 41 kilos. Alright, bar is loaded. 1 minute clock will start for Ellay. Alright, here goes Ellay for attempt number 1. Just a little bit out front there. She'll come back and make that. She jumped back a little bit. Bar looped out. She'll come back, keep that close, make that easy. It was a strong pull. Should be fine. So they'll just tighten the bar up, leave it at 41. She'll have a 2 minute clock since she's following herself. If she decided to go up in weight over a person who is a little bit lower, then she would then get more rest if she wanted to. If she wants to take this attempt right here, then she'll follow herself with a 2 minute clock. All these women get 3 attempts to lift as much weight as possible. Remember, in weightlifting, the bar never goes down in weight. So if you are lifting and there's nobody in between the weights you're lifting, then you'll probably follow yourself on a 2 minute clock. If there's a bunch of people around the same weight, then typically people will get more rest. She has a minute left until she has to go for her second attempt. Definitely want to get a total in so that you'll be in running for that $1,500 cash prize. And this total is all based on off body weight, so it's not necessarily the person who lifts the most will win. It takes into account their body weight as well. So here she goes, tip number 2, 41 kilos. See if she makes that adjustment. Much better, much better. That looked easy. So good lift there for Ellay. Now the bar goes to 42 kilos, and we'll be seeing Rachel Meltzer for her first attempt. Bar's loaded. She'll be on a 1 minute clock. Looks like she'll come right out to hit it. Very good, very good. A little bit on the toes, but it was light enough for her to easily make that 2-to-1 decision there. So the bar will automatically go to 43 kilos, and it will be Rachel again, unless she decides to go heavier. Alright, she is on the 2 minute clock. Looks like she decided to go up. It's going to change to Ellay with the same weight here at 43 kilos. So now she will be on the 1 minute clock. In weightlifting, you can kind of play the game a little bit where you can, each lift you have a declaration and 2 changes, so they can change their weights twice after the declaration to buy them some time, especially if there's a lifter in front of them they can get behind. They can buy themselves a few minutes to rest if they want to. Looks like Ellay's going to take this 43 kilos. Strong pull, catches it high. Let's see what the judges say. That is a good lift there for Ellay. Looks like we're going all the way up to 48 kilos now. We're going to be over the 100-pound mark now, 48 kilos. We're going to see Rachel Meltzer for her second attempt. Looks like Rachel will come right out to the bar and hit it. She'll be going into the full squat, just like last time. Much better than the first one. Very strong pull, easy lift. Good lift for Rachel. That looks strong. So the automatic increase to 49 kilos. She'll follow herself unless she decides to go with more weight. It appears that she's going to take more, so the lifter will probably change. Yep, we're going to take it to 51 kilos now. We're bringing out the big yellows. It appears that it will still be Rachel. So she's just buying some time here. When they're changing the weights, the clock stops. So it won't start back until the bar is loaded. So she's buying herself 2.5, 3 minutes here by them changing the weights, especially having to take off the greens and put the yellows on. Alright, bar's loaded. The clock is going down. Just 2 minutes. She's had herself a good long rest since that last attempt. And I believe, looks like we're going up. She wants more weight, so we're going to 52 kilos, and we're going to see Laura Mattison from Team Georgia for her first attempt. Alright, Laura is on the clock. Let's see what she does with 52 kilos for her first attempt. Strong lift there. Good patience on the bottom. Should be a good lift. Yep, that's a good lift for Laura. We'll see Rachel Meltzer with the same weight at 52 kilos for her third attempt. So they're going to tighten that bar up.
Bars loaded for Rachel for her third attempt, coming out at 52 kilograms. 55 kilograms. Loaders, please put that barbell to 55 kilograms. First attempt for Cynthia. Lifter has changed. Lifter now is Cynthia. Her first attempt at 55 kilograms. Bars loaded. Clock is started. Nice looking opener there for Cynthia. First attempt at 55 kilograms. Loaders, automatic increase to 56, please. Automatic increase to 56.
Tighten it up.
Oh, sorry. Stay.
Sharon Derr.
Stay. Sharon, for women's weightlifting, first attempt will be at 55 kilograms. Clock is started. Sharon at a Williams weightlifting, taking 55 kilograms for
squat, bench press, and deadlift. And they typically haven't done the Olympic lifts in the past. You'll see them doing the power versions where they're just not squatting all the way down. They're just pulling the bar up, catching it high, almost standing up. Some of these weightlifters who are used to doing this, you'll see them going into their full squat every time. That one was a little out front off the hips. I'm sure she'll come back, make that correction, keep it close, and make that lift easy. They're going to tighten it up. We're going to see Laura Mattison from Team Georgia for her second attempt, 55 kilos. Laura had a strong opener at 52. So I would imagine she'll come out and make this lift pretty easy. She is on the 1 minute clock. Looks like she's going to come out and take this. Looks like Cynthia will be up next with 56 kilos. So here we go, Laura, second attempt, 55 kilos. Strong pull. Good patience, easy lift. That's going to be good for Laura. Good lift there. Oh, we're actually going to see Sharon Derr. She's going to come back and attempt 55 again for her second attempt. She had a good strong pull last time. She just needs to keep that bar close off the hips and she'll be good. She is on the clock. Looks like she's going to come straight to the bar and attempt it. Let's see if she makes that correction. Good pull. That was super close. Much better lift there. That's a good lift for Sharon at 55 kilos. She'll have one more attempt. We're going to take it to 56 kilos for Laura Mattison from Team Georgia. She'll be followed by Sharon at 56 kilos as well. We'll see if Laura comes out 56. Up, she went up, so we're going to see Sharon. That means she'll follow herself. Up, we're going up again. We're going to 57 kilos. We're going to see Cynthia Church for her second attempt. It appears she'll be coming out to take this. Bars loaded, clock is running. And here comes Cynthia for her second attempt, 57 kilos. That looks good. We'll see what the judges say. That's a good lift for Cynthia. 57 kilos. We're taking the bar to 58. 1 more kilo here. We're going to see the replay here. Now 57 kilos. You can see she caught it super high, so that's an easy weight for her. In weightlifting, if we could get her to go into a full squat, she could probably lift anywhere from 10 to 15 more kilos there, because she had so much room to get under it. But if I had to guess, she's probably more comfortable with powerlifting. Alright, we're going to see Sharon Derr for her third attempt, 58 kilos. I think she'll make it if she keeps that bar close to her. She goes deeper. Too much going forward. She couldn't go into that squat. That's okay. She was credited with.
Next up will be Madison out of HG barbell. First attempt will be 59 kilograms.
So we're going to take
followed by Nasaya out of Williams Weightlifting at 60 kilograms.
Madison Coffey, HD barbell for her first attempt. We're 1 kilo away from putting the big
bar is loaded.
Matson, attempt number 1, 59 kilos. Very crisp, very strong.
And with the cranial grip, 59 kilograms. Loaders, please take that barbell to 60. 60 kilograms, please. That's going to be the blues. Take off the yellows.
We'll see Nasaya Smith from Williams Weightlifting for our first attempt.
Bonnie Clark.
She's coming out now for her first attempt. Very close. She kept the bar super close. Just kicked it out a little bit. Lost it behind. That's okay. When you lose it behind like that, it's not the weight that's an issue. It's just technique. She pulled a very strong pull there. I'm sure she'll come back, make that correction, and make that lift easy. So they just tightened it up. 2-minute clock now. Nasaya will follow herself unless she declares more weight. It appears that she might go up in weight to get a little more rest. We'll see. But the clock is running for her, so we'll see if she comes out to do this. It appears that she wants more weight. She's going to add weight so she can get a little more rest time. Same weight, different lifter. We're going to go to Cynthia Church for her third attempt here at 60 kilos. Her first 2 lifts she caught in the power position, which means she did not go into a full squat. Let's see if maybe this heavier weight will force her to go into that full squat. Strong pull, possibly a press out there. Yes, that's a no lift for Cynthia. Strong pull. Just didn't quite drop under it enough. If she were to get into a squat, drop it a little lower, she would catch it with those elbows locked out, and it would have been a good lift. But that's okay. She made 2 out of 3 on the snatch. That is perfect. Heading into the clean and jerk. So we're going to take the bar to 62 kilos, and we'll be seeing Nasaya Smith from Williams Weightlifting. This will be her second attempt. She missed the first one at 60 kilos. So she needs to get a number in to be in contention for that super total to win that cash prize. Here we go. She's coming out now. She's setting up, making sure she has a good grip in. Good pull. Much better there. That's going to be a good lift for Nasaya. Good strong lift there. Nice and aggressive, fast. We're going to keep the same weight on the bar. We're going to see Laura Mattison from Team Georgia for her third attempt. Bar's loaded. Clock is running. All these girls are going to be keeping a close eye on each other, seeing what they need to lift in order to be that front runner going into the powerlifting portion for that first place cash prize. Here goes Laura. She's set up. Good strong pull. Again, patient at the bottom. Very good lift there. Awesome, 62 kilos. She went 3 for 3 in the snatch. That'll be good for her confidence going into the clean and jerk portion. We're going to be taking the bar to 64 kilos. We're going to see Madison Coffey from HD Barbell for his second attempt. Bar is loaded. Clock is running. We'll see Madison. Madison had a good strong lift on her first attempt. She's definitely a weightlifter. We'll see her going into that full squat. We'll see how she does here. Jump back a little bit. That's okay. She'll make that correction, come back and easily make that weight. So she'll follow herself. We're going to tighten that up. She'll be on a 2-minute clock, unless she decides to go up a little bit to buy herself some rest. It appears she's going to add weight. We're going to take it to 65 kilos. We're going to see Nasaya Smith from Williams Weightlifting for her third attempt. Bar's loaded for Nasaya. Clock's running. This will be her third attempt. She made her second attempt at 62 kilos, so she has a number. Now we're just going to try to add on to it, going into the clean and jerk. Here she comes. She had a good strong pull last time. Let's see if she can do the same here. She's sinking in that grip. Good strong pull. It's out front a little bit. She saves it. Very good for Nasaya. 2-to-1, good lift. 65 kilos on the day for the snatch. She went 2 for 3. We're going to tighten that up. Now we're going to see Madison Coffey for her third attempt. Madison missed 64 a little out front before this. She took 65 to buy herself some rest. So we'll see her come out, try to make this here. She is already credited one lift, so she has one in the bag. She's just going to try to add on to that total, going into the clean and jerk. Alright, here goes Madison. Third attempt, 65 kilos. That's okay. She made 59 on her first attempt, so she has that number going into the clean and jerk. That was the last lift of the session. 10-minute clock, and we'll be back for the clean and jerk. Alright, we are back for the clean and jerk portion of this morning session. The Superwoman. We have just 10 seconds till we start here. Looks like we're going to see Barbara out for her first attempt at 29 kilos, I believe. We don't have the 10s on yet, so we're going to have it sitting on the blocks here to get that bar off the ground. Once we get to 35 kilos, the greens will be put on and we can take the blocks away and the bar will just sit on the ground like normal. Alright, bar's loaded, clock's running, and we are starting. We'll see Barbara Parsons for her first attempt at 29 kilos. Nice, easy clean. Saw a muscle clean there. She just kind of caught it with her legs straight. She does split jerk, brings the feet together. That should be a good lift there for Barbara. Easy opener at 29 kilos. Automatic increase is 30. We'll see a replay here. Good dip. Splits those feet for an easy opener there. With Barbara, if we were to see her move her feet on that clean and drop into a little bit of a squat, she'll be able to lift a lot more weight. But she's more comfortable with the power lifts, the squat, deadlift, bench press. Not too familiar with this this style of weightlifting, so that's understandable. It's tricky if you're not used to it and you haven't trained in it for a long time. These are not easy techniques to learn overnight. We've taken the bar to 31 kilos. Barbara will still follow herself. She's on the 2-minute clock. We'll see if she takes 31 or if she wants more weight. She technically gets 2 changes now. This will be her first here, taking the bar to 32 kilos. Clock will pause while they change. So if she wanted to, she could change one more time. Buy herself a little more rest, but it looks like she's going to take 32 kilos here. Barbara went with the muscle clean style on the first attempt, where she kind of just pulled it up, did not move the feet. Here comes Barbara for her second attempt at 32 kilos. Goes with the muscle clean again. Readjust her grip for the jerk. See how this looks. Drives it up easy. That should be a good lift there for a second attempt. 32 kilos. Automatic increase to 33 kilos. She'll be on the 2-minute clock. See the replay here. She does a good job of getting her grip, readjusting. Use the legs to drive it up. Makes that an easy lift. She'll follow herself. We're taking the bar to 34 kilos. Here we go. Barbara, 35 kilos for her third attempt. easy clean there. She's going to readjust, get ready for the jerk. I think she'll have no problem with this. Let's see if she can do it. She's going to take a deep breath. Drive it up. That was strong. I believe that should be good. See what the judges say. Oh no, lift 2 to 1. That's okay. She did make 2 of her lifts. I believe she was credited with 32 or 33 kilos. So she has a total, which is the most important thing going into the weightlifting portion later on this evening. So she is still in contention for that first place prize. We're going all the way up to 55 kilos now, putting the big yellows on. Well, we're going to see Rachel Meltzer for her first attempt. All these ladies credited with a snatch. Nobody bombed out, so that is good. Now we just need all of them to make at least 1 clean and jerk so they can have a total and be in the running for that first place cash prize. We're actually going to see Ellay Merana with 58 kilos for her first attempt. So it looks like Rachel wanted more weight to start with. Alright, bars loaded. Clock is running. She'll have 1 minute. Alright, here comes Ellay for her first attempt. 58 kilos. Strong power clean there. Good jerk. Maybe a little bit of elbow movement. We'll see what the judges say. Good lift. 2 to 1 decision. Nice. Automatic increase 59 kilos. So Ellay went with the power clean there. We saw Barbara with the muscle clean where she didn't move her feet catching the bar. Ellay did move her feet, caught it in a little bit of a squat, but still didn't go all the way down into that squat. If we were to see her go all the way down into that squat, she would be able to lift more weight, squat that weight out the bottom. But she might not be comfortable with the full clean, or she could have an injury of some type. We're not really sure. So we'll see some different styles here from these ladies. We're taking the bar to 60 kilos, so we're putting the big blues on. We'll still see Ellay fall on herself for her second attempt, unless she wants even more weight. Bar's loaded, clock is running for Ellay. We'll see if she takes this. Alright, trying to see if we're going to see a layout for this attempt here, or if she's going to add weight. If she increases the weight to pass another girl's attempt, then she'll buy herself even more time to rest to come out for her next attempt. She has 1 minute to come out. Looks like she's going to come out for 60. All right, here we go. Ellay Merana, second attempt, 60 kilos. She had a good strong power clean on her first attempt. Another strong power clean. She's going to readjust. Let's see if she can lock out those arms easily. That one looked better. See what the judges say. 2 to 1 again. Very good. Automatic increase will go to 61 kilos. She'll follow herself unless she wants more weight. Bar is loaded. 2-minute clock will start. She is going to go up in weight. We're going to see 62 kilos. This will bring out Rachel Meltzer for her first attempt. Clock's going for Rachel. She comes straight out to the bar. She's wasting no time. Good. Rachel goes into the full squat. Stands that bar up easy. She's readjusting for the jerk. Taking a deep breath. She drives it up. That's an easy opener there for Rachel. That's 62 kilos. Alright, so we're going to keep the same weight on the bar. We're going to see Ellay Merana for her third attempt at 62 kilos. Bar's loaded, clock's running. We're going to see Ellay. Third attempt here. On both jerks, she's had a 2 to 1 decision. Let's see if she can really lock out those elbows and get all 3 judges to white light her. She had a good strong clean on both lifts though. Let's see how 62 is going to look off the floor. Strong again. She's going to readjust. Deep breath. See if she can punch on that bar. That was actually the best one of all 3, so that should be a good lift. 2 to 1 again, but still, she's credited with 62. Very, very good. So she went 3 for 3 in the clean and jerk. Looks like she had a 105 kilo total going into the powerlifting portion later this evening. We are going to 66 kilos. It will bring out Rachel Meltzer for her second attempt. We're going to go up in weight. Rachel once more. So we're going to put 67 kilos on. Bars loaded, clock's running. So we'll bring out Rachel Meltzer. Bars loaded. Alright, Rachel, second attempt, 67 kilos. We saw her go into the full squat the first time, so I imagine we'll see the same here. Good pull, deep squat. That's a no lift. If your knees touch the ground, it is an automatic no lift. You are not allowed to go back to your feet and squat it. So even if one knee touches, that automatically becomes a no lift. That's okay. She's just a little bit on her toes. I'm sure she'll make that adjustment, come back, and make that lift. So she'll follow herself. She's on the 2-minute clock now. She does have 1 lift in the bag in the clean and jerk, so she has a total. She's just going to try to add on to that so she can go into the powerlifting portion this evening with a good chance to win that first place prize. She has a little over a minute till she comes out. She could increase the weight to buy herself a little more time if she wanted to. Depends on if she feels she can make more weight or not. We got 1 minute until Rachel comes out to take this. It appears she's going to be taking 67. We have 40 seconds now. And here comes Rachel. Third attempt, 67 kilos. She missed the clean on her second attempt. Let's see if she can make that adjustment. She just needs to keep that bar close. Much better. Stands up to clean. Harder clean. She's going to need to readjust. Catch her breath here. Let's see if she has enough legs in the tank to get this jerk. It appears to be a press out. We'll see what the judges say. And that's a no lift. Here's the replay. You can see how it wasn't all one motion. She didn't catch it with those elbows locked out. She kind of had to press it out. Mostly because her legs were tired from that clean. Probably from the miss on the second attempt, and then that clean there was a little tough, but she does have one clean and jerk in the bag. She has a total. So she is still in contention for that first place prize. We're going to see Madison Coffey from HD Barbell. This will be her first attempt, 68 kilos. I would imagine we see Madison go into the full squat as well. Let's see. Yep, she does. That's an easy clean. She's going to readjust. Big breath. Ooh, she goes into a squat jerk. You don't see that every day. Easy lift there for her. Very good. Bar's going to go to 69 kilos. We'll see Cynthia Church for her first attempt. So we've seen mostly split jerks from these women today. It's not every day you see a squat jerk. It's where you take the bar, you drive it up overhead, and you catch it overhead in a full squat and then stand it up. Typically we see that from, a lot of people see that from Chinese lifters. They're kind of notorious for having some lifters do that. You got to be super flexible to do it, so that was kind of cool to see. So here's Cynthia for her first attempt. Easy power clean. She's going to readjust. She goes with the power jerk. She's moving the feet out a little bit, catching it in a small squat. That looked easy to me. And a good lift, 3 white lights for Cynthia. Looks like we're going to keep the same weight on for Madison Coffey. Nope, we're going to go up in weight. Taking the bar to 70 kilos. We're bringing out the big reds now. This will bring out Laura Mattison from Team Georgia for her first attempt. Laura had a strong showing in the snatch. She went 3 for 3. We'll see what she comes out with in the clean and jerk. I would imagine we'll see Laura go into the full squat as well. Let's see what strategy she takes. Alright, bar's loaded for Laura. Clock's running. Alright, here we go. Laura, first attempt. 70 kilos. She goes with a power clean. That was very easy. She's going to readjust. Easy split jerk. And that's an easy opener there for Laura Mattison. She has a total in the bag. Now she just needs to tack onto that total in order to be in contention for that first place $1,500 cash prize. We're at the same weight, 70 kilos. We're going to see Sharon Derr from Williams Weightlifting for her first attempt. Sharon went with the power snatch. So let's see if she goes with the power clean. Yep, she does power it. Easy. She's going to readjust. Big breath. Easy split jerk. And that's a good lift. Sharon Derr. Alright, we're taking the bar up 1 kilo to 71. We're going to see Madison Coffey from HC Barbell for his second attempt. Bars loaded, clock's running. Let's see if Madison comes out for 61 or 71. Sorry. Looks like she's going to take more weight. Yep. We're going to go up to 72 kilos. That will change lifters to Cynthia Church. This will be her second attempt. Alright, bars loaded, clock's running. Here goes Cynthia Church, second attempt, 72 kilos. This is right around 160 pounds here they're lifting. Strong power clean. She's going to readjust, catch her breath here. She drives it up. Good power. Good power there from Cynthia. That's a good lift. We're going up 1 kilo to 73. We're going to see Madison Coffey from HC Barbell. This will be her second attempt. She had a strong opener. Let's see if she can add on to that here. Alright, let's see what Madison's got here. She had a good strong clean on her first attempt. Let's see what this one looks like. Still strong there. She's going to readjust. Take a big breath. Good drive. All the way into the squat. Very good. And that's a good lift from Madison. Alright, we're taking it up 1 kilo to 74. We're going to see Sharon Derr from Williams Weightlifting for her second attempt. So we have a lot of these girls around the same weight, so the bar cannot go down in weight. So we're going to see a couple of girls go in line, which allows them to get plenty of rest in between attempts. Alright, second attempt, Sharon Derr from Williams Weightlifting. Let's see if she can make 74 kilos. Strong power clean there. Let's see if she can. I think she had an easy jerk last time, so I imagine she'll make this. Yep, strong lift there. See what the judges say. They do no lift her for a press out on the elbows. Let's see if we can see it in the replay here. She did have a good power clean. She had a good dip, and just didn't quite drop onto the bar enough to catch it with her elbows locked out. That's okay. She has one more attempt. I'm sure she'll make that adjustment, come out and make her last attempt. The weight stays the same, 74 kilos. We're going to see Laura Mattison from Team Georgia, second attempt. She had a really easy opener at 70 kilos. Let's see if she can add on to that here. Strong power clean. She's going to take a deep breath. Strong jerk. Brings her feet together. That should be a good lift there. Yep, it is a good lift for Laura, 74 kilos. We're taking the bar to 75 kilos. We're going to see Nasaya Smith from Williams Weightlifting for her first attempt. So we have a lot of girls battling here. We're on the same weight, and they're going to keep a close eye on each other, trying to lift as much weight as possible, especially going into that powerlifting portion tonight. A lot of money on the line. They want to make sure they have a lead going into tonight. Some of the girls who are a little bit stronger in powerlifting might not worry too much about getting ahead of these other girls who are weightlifters going into that powerlifting portion. some of these weightlifters, they want to try to get a big lead on these powerlifters going into that portion tonight. So here goes Nasaya for her first attempt, 75 kilos. Nasaya's got just caught that bar a little back on her heels. I'm sure she'll make that adjustment. She's got good strong legs, so that weight is easy for her. She might have had a little too much adrenaline there, pulled that bar a little bit too hard, caught it far back on her heels. They tightened that bar up. You'll see it here on the replay. And she jumped forward, that was the thing. So she did a little broad jump, a few inches forward, which threw her off. She just needs to move those feet a little bit. They don't need to move forwards or backwards. She just needs to move her feet out, stay in the same spot, catch that bar in the middle, stand up easy. She'll make that adjustment. We're going to see Cynthia Church for her third attempt at 75 kilos. So it appears that Nasaya wanted more weight. Good power clean for Cynthia. A little out front. She had to kind of chase the bar, but she's readjusted now. Big drive. Good power jerk there. Let's see what the judges think. 3 white lights. Very good for Cynthia Church. Credited with 75 kilos. $132 total on the day. Very good for Cynthia Church. We're tightening that bar up. 75 kilos still. We're going to see Madison Coffey for her third attempt. Madison has already made her first 2 clean and jerks. She's going all the way into that squat jerk for the jerk portion of the lift. Very fun to watch. Let's see if she can make 75 here on her third attempt. We still have 3 more lifts. 3 more lifts in this session here. Let's see who's going to take the clean and jerk portion. The lifter's going to change. Actually, the weight went up to 77. We're going to see Nasaya Smith from Williams Weightlifting for her second attempt. So she added weight even though she missed 75 kilos. She feels confident she's going to make this. Last time she jumped forward a little bit, which threw her off. Let's see if she can keep her feet in the same spot. She's got... She did appear to jump forward on that one, catch it with the elbows low, which caused her to miss it. She needs to come back on that third attempt and get a lift in so she has a total in order to win that first place cash prize. So we'll see here on the replay. She did appear to jump forward a little bit again, hit a little loose in the bottom. That bar kind of crashed on her. We're going to have the same weight on the bar. Madison Coffey, third attempt from HD Barbell. She's made her first 2 lifts. Let's see if she can go 3 for 3 in the clean and jerk. Solid clean. She readjusts. She's going to go all the way into that squat jerk. A good drive. Just had it out front. That's the thing with the squat jerk. The weight cannot be out front. It cannot be behind. It has to be perfect when you go into that squat in order to make that lift. That's okay. She made 2 out of 3 clean and jerks. She has a total in the bag going into the powerlifting portion this evening. So she'll be in contention for that first place cash prize. We have the same weight, 77 kilos on the bar for Sharon Derr from Williams Weightlifting. This will be her third attempt. She made her first attempt. She was red lighted on her second attempt for her jerk. So let's see if she can come back and stick that jerk here. She will go with the power clean. Oh, she went with the full clean on the third attempt. Very good adjustment there. When the weight gets heavier, it's good to go into that full squat so you can lift more weight. She drives the bar up. That appears to be a good lift here. Let's see what the judges say. 2-to-1, good lift. Looks like it's a PR for Sharon too, as she is very excited about that. Awesome, 77 kilos. That is roughly 170 pounds, so that's a good weight there for her. You see here on the replay, she does a good job of dropping under that bar to make that jerk. And a good PR there for Sharon Derr. She has a total going into the powerlifting portion this evening. Alright, Nasaya Smith. Now Nasaya, she has missed her first 2 clean and jerks. She needs to make this weight here in order to have a total to be in contention for that first place cash prize. Nasaya has made this weight before. Good, strong, clean there for Nasaya. Solid lift for Nasaya. Very good. She comes back after missing her first 2 to make her last one. She has a total in the bag now. Going into the powerlifting portion, she is in contention for that first place cash prize now. That's a very clutch lift there for Nasaya. I believe that puts Nasaya in first place as of right now. Laura's going to take more weight, 79 kilos. This is her 3rd attempt. She made her first 2 easy power cleans, easy jerks. Let's see what she does here. Let's see if she sticks with the power clean. She does. Easy. Readjust, take a deep breath. She drives it up, and that looks solid to me. Very good lift. That was even better than the second one. And the judges say good, white lights. Very good for Laura. She's her 6th today. That concludes our Superwomen Session 1. We'll come back for Session 2.
And we are back with the group Superwoman session number 2, Meadowcreek High School in Norcross, Georgia. I'm Doug Anderson. Welcome back. We should be getting here started in about 40 seconds. Well, we have a little bit of a break here. Talk about Team Rohr Powerlifting, sponsor, Pretty Strong Powerlifting, Williams Weightlifting, LFT Sports Nutrition, Roswell Barbell, Power Dot, Thrive Wellness Center, Quest Athletics, and Titan Support Systems. Without their support, this would not be possible. I have about 2 seconds left, then they will start a 1-minute clock. Meghan Valentine is the first lifter at 60 kilos. She has recently relocated to Atlanta from Colorado to lift at a new home gym at Williams Weightlifting with Spencer Arnold from Power and Grace Performance as her coach. That looks like it's a good lift at 60 kilos for Meghan. That is a good lift. That'll bring up Caitlin Matson. She's going to increase 61 kilos. Let's see, that looks like a good lift from Caitlin. That'll bring Meghan back up for her second attempt. Right now it says 61 kilos. I don't know if she'll stay there or not. That was a very good lift. Looking at the replay. Those of you that are new to weightlifting, there are 2 lifts, snatch and clean and jerk. They get 3 attempts at each, and then the highest from each added up, and that is their total. And this for the Superwoman competition. Oh, she's coming back up. 62 kilos she increased. Meghan Valentine, Power and Grace Performance. That looked like a good lift. She's very strong. Very, very strong. That looks like a very good lift. Those of you that are Superwoman competition, they will add up the totals from weightlifting, which some people say Olympic weightlifting, but it's weightlifting, and they will use the Sinclair formula that is based on body weight. Then they will go to the powerlifting portion where they will do their 3 lifts, and then by the Wilks calculation they will figure out who the, I think, first 5 positions in the ladies. They will receive $1,500 in cash, gift cards from LFT Sports Nutrition, Alico, Mermaid in the Mountains, Fit Darlings, and Greater Than Sports Drink. Meghan Valentine was following herself on her 3rd attempt. She has moved up to 63 kilos. That gives her a 2-minute clock to rest. A lot of coaches like Spencer Arnold know how to milk the clock a little bit. They will take small increases at certain times, which he has done, to buy her a little bit more time. So she has increased to 64 kilos. Clock started, 55 seconds left. It looks like she's going to take this one. Also, those of you who are new to weightlifting, the basic rules. Oh, here she comes back up. We'll go back to that. This will be her third and final attempt. $64 kilos. Oh, that looks like a good lift. Very good lift. Good deal. Next lifter will be Caitlin Matson at 66 kilos. Looking at Megan's lift, that looked very good. Perfect. That was Spencer Arnold, her coach. So we have Caitlin Matson at 66 kilos. With the snatch, they have to one fluid motion above their head, snap their elbows, make sure they stay locked. It looks like a good lift from Caitlin. Let's see. Drops under it, keeps her elbows locked, stands up, feet parallel to the bar. Good lift. Those are some of the rules in a quick rundown. She is going to follow herself at 67 kilos, which gives her a 2-minute time clock. We're going to go to break. Okay, we are back. Caitlin Matson increased to 71 kilos. Bought herself a little extra time. She's got about 38 seconds left after the loaders load the bar. The loaders are the actual hardest working people. Actually, the one loading the bar right now, that is my middle son. My youngest daughter is actually the head judge today. Caitlin Matson up for 71 kilo. Her third and final attempt. She has done real well. Oh, nice. That looked like a good lift. And we have a good lift. 3 for 3 in the snatch today. That is a good day. Very, very good snatch. There you go. That's going to bring up Whitney from Diamond K Weightlifting for her opener at 75 kilos. She's on a 1-minute clock. Clock starts. Those of you that are unfamiliar with kilos, it's 2.2, the conversion. So that is 165 pounds on the bar that she is going to lift. That looked like a good lift from here. Good lift. 3 wide left. That's what you would like. She's got an automatic increase of 1 kilo. Looks like she's going to follow herself. But once they conclude the snatch portion, they will have a 10-minute time clock. At least I think they're going to have a 10-minute time clock. They may have a 15-minute time clock, depending on when there's a few lifters to give the ladies a little extra time. Then they will come back for the clean and jerk portion, where they each get 3 attempts at the clean and jerk. She has increased to 77 kilos. That brings up Teresa Britt. She's out of our gym. We've known her. She is incredibly strong. Mother of 2. That's the thing about weightlifting. Very good lift. You can have it an entire family affair. Mom, dad, kids. Both my kids started when they were 10 years old, and they've been lifting for 6 and 7 years. That is a very good lift by Terry. She's going to follow herself. Increase to 78. Increase to 78 kilos. 2-minute time clock. Up. Going to increase to 79. That changes the lifter to Holly Kimball from the Hundley. .79 kilos. Very good lift. Strong. She has a lot more in her. Very, very good lift. Take a look at that. Very quick under the bar. Drops under. Stands up. Absolutely no problem. 80 kilos on the bar. Whitney Thomas Pails for her second attempt, or Pals. If I mess up anybody's name, I'm very sorry. This group seems pretty easy with the names. Some of them are difficult. 80 kilos on the bar for her second attempt. If I remember correctly, she had a very strong first attempt. Dropped under it, up. Left it a little out front. She'll come back, I'm sure. That'll bring up Teresa Britt from Williams Weightlifting for her second attempt at 80 kilos. I'm trying to remember what her PR is. I think this is a little under it. She is actually wearing, I believe, the singlet called the Kelly. Kelly Rexroad Williams, her coach. Caleb Williams' wife. Kelly Williams is an amazing lifter. She's carrying her baby and coaching. I expect nothing less. Here goes Terry with her second attempt. Got a little behind her. Strength was not the problem. That'll bring up Whitney Thomas Pals. 80 kilos on the bar. That is 176 pounds on the bar. 80 kilos for her third attempt. Nope, left it out front. She is credited with 77 kilos on the day, if I remember. That brings up Teresa Britt. 81 kilos on the bar for her third and final attempt in the snatch. Kelly, her coach, is a two-time national champion. So she is coached by an amazing lifter. Terry's an amazing lifter also. She's very strong. I believe she's only been weightlifting for 2 years. She's another one that started out in CrossFit and made the transition once she fell in love with weightlifting. There it is. Always gives a smile when she lifts. 3 white lights. Very strong lift. That'll bring up Holly Kimball for her second attempt. Look at it. Terry's very strong lift. There's the smile. Very happy. So that'll bring up Holly Kimball from the Hunley for her second attempt. 85 kilos. Some big lifts. Very strong. Very, very strong. That's going to be a good lift, I'm sure. Good lift. Also, if you're new to weightlifting, if you watch their hands, they will use a technique called the hook grip. They will take their fingers and wrap around the bar and wrap over the top of their thumb. That helps them lift these big weights. It helps with the grip. Keep the bar close. Curl your wrists in. Meet the hips. Magic happens, and it goes above your head. The snatch is the single hardest lift. I don't know if you'd get any argument from powerlifting community. It takes a lot of practice. I'm not sure anyone has it perfected. There are some amazing lifters. We are on a 2-minute clock. 1:22 left. She has gone 87 kilos on the bar for Holly Kimball from the Hunley. I don't know if she's going to increase. I think she looked like to me she had a little bit more in her. They can change weights during the 2-minute clock. Here she comes. She's going to take the 87. 54 seconds left on the clock. Plenty of time. Concentrating on a spot. You pick your spot, you look at it. Left a little bit out front. She is credited with 85 kilos, I believe. Let's see. It's a little bit out front. Almost there. That concludes the snatch portion of the group Superwoman session 2. We are going to take a 15-minute clock. We have 14 minutes, 41 seconds left. We will be back. Again, without Team Rohr Powerlifting, pretty strong powerlifting, Williams Weightlifting, LFT Sports Nutrition, Roswell Barbell, Power Dot, Thrive Wellness Center, Quest Athletics, Titan Support System, and all of the volunteers that are here today. There is no way that they could do this. Be back in 14 minutes, 13 seconds. All right, we are back. Meghan Valentine will be your first lifter. We are here in Norcross, Georgia at Meadowcreek High School with the Superwoman Session 2. Spencer Arnold, Meghan Valentine's coach, has already called for an increase to 76 kilos. Must have seen something good that he liked back in the warm-up area. Spencer Arnold, seriously, is probably one of the only coaches I know that could go to a national meet, coach 200 or 300 lifters, and compete himself. He's just that kind of coach. All right, Meghan, 76 kilos. She's focused. Meghan is a 48-kilo lifter. So this is good lift. Absolutely well over body weight. That was a good lift. Very strong opener. Get one in the books. She's got plenty more left. She will follow herself. Puts her on a 2-minute time clock. Nope. She is increased, and that brings up a new lifter. Caitlin Matson for her opener at 79 kilos. There have been some big lifts here this weekend. I've worked all of the weightlifting, so I haven't had a chance to check out the powerlifting, but I can hear them, and I have seen some American records broken. Some amazing amount of weights being thrown around. This is seriously the strongest group of people you could be around. Oh, it looks like she's going to increase, and that's going to bring Meghan Valentine back up. 79 kilos. That puts her on a 1-minute time clock for her second attempt. It looks like she is going to take the lift. Could be wrong, though. Going to take the lift, 79 kilos. Good clean, strong. Looked like a pretty good lift. 3 whites, lift. That was 79 kilos, 173.8 pounds. That brings up Caitlin Matson for her opener, 80 kilos. She did very well in the snatch portion. Actually, all these ladies did very well in the snatch portion. It'll be fun to watch them do the powerlifting. 80 kilos opening attempt. Good strong clean. Little adjustment. Looked like a good jerk. Down signal. Good lift. Very solid. That strong clean. Stand up. Make your adjustments. Punch it, drop under it. Lock those elbows. Good lift. So that brings up Meghan Valentine for 80 kilos for her third and final attempt. Oh, she's going to go up. Meghan's going to go up. So that brings Caitlin Matson up, 81 kilos on the bar for her second attempt. A good coach can buy you some extra time playing with the weights. Apparently we have a little bit of a chess match going on between coaches. We have changed weight again, which will bring Meghan Valentine back up. for her third and final attempt. 82 kilos increase. .45 seconds left on the clock for Meghan. I lost count of how many changes they made, but they're only allowed one automatic and then 2 more changes. Here comes Meghan. Very focused. Those of you who know Meghan know that she is a focused lifter. Good, strong, clean. See if she can get the jerk. Oh yeah, that looked like good to me. Down signal. She looks very happy. She should, because that is a good lift. That was a good day. That brings up Kaylin Matson for 85 kilos for her second attempt. Ooh, grinding it out. Good patience at the bottom. Make her adjustments. Ooh. That should be a good lift. 3 white lights. When she dropped under it, it got a little bit behind her head. A little bit of a bobble adjustment. Good patience. Take a look at it. Yep, good patience at the bottom. Grinding that clean out. Drop under it. Got a little bit behind her. Good lift. She's going to follow herself. Automatic increase, 1 kilo 86 for her third and final attempt. She's got 1:28 left on the clock. Unless her coach decides. Oh. We will be right back. Third and final attempt, Caitlin Matson, 86 kilos on the bar. Meadowcreek High School, Norcross, Georgia. Grind that out. It's a good clean if you stand up with it. There's a jerk. Oh! Leg collapsed. Too much weight. She has had a good day. Grinding that clean out. That takes a lot out of you. Yep, back leg collapsed. That brings up Whitney Thomas-Pales for her opener. Clean and jerk, 90 kilos. We are just shy of 200 pounds. 91 kilos is 200 pounds. Those are things you'll remember when you get into the weightlifting sport. Oh, power clean. Power jerk. That looks like a good lift. Very strong. Very, very strong lift. Several different techniques that you can use in weightlifting. Power snatch, power clean, power jerk. That will bring up Teresa Britt for her opener, 97 kilos. She's out of Williams Weightlifting in Buford, Georgia. Those of you unfamiliar, 97 kilos is 213 and a half pounds. That is a lot of weight. 44 seconds left on the clock for Terry for her opener. .28 seconds left. Checks the clock. Gets her belt set. We're ready to go. Strong clean. Quick under the bar. Stand up. That should be a good lift. Strong opener. 97 kilos. That will bring up Whitney Thomas-Pales, Diamond K weightlifting for her second attempt, 97 kilos. Taking a look at Terry's clean. Very strong. Drops under it. Recover. Down signal and a good lift. Here comes Whitney Thomas-Pales, or Pales. Diamond K weightlifting, 97 kilos, second attempt. Ooh. Left that one low. Good recovery. Very good jerk. That should be a 2-1 decision. Majority rules. Good lift. They may have called her for too low on the clean. Let's take a look. That might be what they're going to call her on. But good lift, majority rules. That is going to bring up Teresa Britt, Williams Weightlifting, 100 kilos for her second attempt. That is 220 pounds. The math is easy on that one, 2.2. I like those are easy. 57 seconds left on the clock for Terry's second attempt. Coming from the CrossFit community, Terry does not mind the noise, doesn't bother her at all. She actually likes the encouragement. Stand up with it. Ooh. Sometimes those cleans are a grind. One elbow, maybe. Let's see. 3 white lines, 100 kilos. Good lift. From my vantage point, seeing both elbows. Let's take a look. Yeah, that clean. 220 pounds. Nope, that looks good. That brings up Whitney Thomas-Pales, Diamond K weightlifting for her third and final attempt. 100 kilos on the bar. 39 seconds left on the clock. Nope, clean's just not there. Not today. Very, very strong lifter. She had a good day. That will bring up Holly Kimball for her opener at 101 kilos. She's from the Hunley. 101 kilos on the bar. Coach getting the video from behind. Very strong clean. Oh, very strong jerk. Down signal. That should be a good lift. Very, very strong at 101 kilos. Automatic increase. 1 kilo. I believe she's going to follow herself. 2-minute time clock. Again, while we have a break, remind you that Team Rohr Powerlifting, pretty strong powerlifting, Williams Weightlifting, LFT Sports Nutrition, Roswell Barbell, Power Dot, Thrive Wellness Center, Quest Athletics, Titan Support System. They are all the sponsors for this 5-bar showdown in Norcross, Georgia at Meadowcreek High School. I believe this is, they're using part of this as a fundraiser for the wrestling program. It's a great idea. There are quite a few spectators. I'm not sure the number of participants, but there are a lot of lifters. This really was a good idea, combining this into two. I believe this was the brainchild of Caleb Williams and Josh Rohr. They've been talking about it for about 5 years and finally got together and put it on. There was a change while I was talking. Teresa Britt, Terry Britt's coming up for 102 kilos, third and final attempt. 30 seconds left on the clock. Wish I could remember if this is going to be a PR. It could be. The 102 kilos, it's a lot of weight. I don't believe Terry's been doing it longer than 2 years. Nope, not there today. 102 kilos. She had a very, very good day. I believe she's very happy with her performance today. Just couldn't quite get under that clean. Yeah, just couldn't quite keep that going. That brings up Holly Kimball. Second attempt. 108 kilos on the bar. Lifts at the Hunley. She gets her focus. Very strong clean. That looked like a good lift. Down signal. 3 white lifts. Automatic increase of 1 kilo. So that'll put her at 109 kilos. That's a very strong clean. Very strong jerk. Puts her on a 2-minute time clock. Very, very strong. Loaders are changing the bar to 110 kilos. We're back. Meadowcreek High School, Norcross, Georgia. Holly Kimball is your lifter at 110 kilos for her third and final attempt. 55 seconds left on the clock. Getting chalked up. Focused. 242 pounds, 110 kilos. Very strong plate. Stand up with it, adjust your feet. Punch, drop under it. Oh, mercy. That looks, so she gets settled. That should be a good lift at 110 kilos, 242 pounds. That concludes session 2 of the group Superwoman. Meadowcreek, Norcross, Georgia.
From the Atlanta metro area, continuing coverage of Day 2 of the inaugural 5-bar Showdown presented by Team Rohr, Pretty Strong Powerlifting, and Williams Weightlifting USA. We welcome you to this final segment. It's the Superwoman portion of the 5-bar Showdown with Matt Buttermer. This is Brian Rushing this afternoon. We welcome you to the broadcast as we get started immediately with Barbara Parsons taking in the squat as her first attempt this afternoon at 80 kilos. Matt, a performer yesterday in the Superman portion of this 5-bar Showdown. Welcome to the broadcast this afternoon as Barbara Parsons get 3 white lights. Matt, to give us an idea of just how unique an event this is, you were able to participate in it. Give me an idea from your perspective just how neat it was to be a part of an event like this and just how special it is for these 13 women that are participating in the Superwoman side.
It was a great thing to do. I don't think anyone that I competed with had done something like that before. It's rare, if not unique, up to this point for that type of competition. I think it is a nice mixture of a different type of strength and athleticism between the two different disciplines, and showcasing what you can do in both is definitely kind of pushing what you're able to do or what you might be comfortable doing on a daily basis.
As Ellay Merana making an attempt at 82.5 kilos. She gets 3 white lights for her initial squat, so she's on the board. Throughout the day, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to be doing is basically sort of going inside the brain, if you will, of Matt Buttermer, trying to get from his perspective what the experience was like for him and what these women are going to be going through throughout the course of the powerlifting segment of this Superwoman competition. We began this morning on the Olympic lifting side with the clean and jerk and the snatch. Now we'll be going into the 3 disciplines of powerlifting, being the squat, the bench press, and then, of course, wrapping up with the deadlift as Sharon Derr will be coming on for 100 kilos with her initial squat this afternoon. Matt, taking a look at some of the experiences from yesterday with you participating in the Superman event, did you find yourself being more comfortable in the Olympic lifting aspect of the event, or was it the powerlifting side that you were a little more comfortable with throughout the day?
It was certainly the powerlifting side. That's where my background's in. I've had a number of years powerlifting and a shorter number doing Olympic weightlifting, and I'd say technically Olympic weightlifting is much more difficult than powerlifting. I could take someone who's at least been in a gym and lifted the barbell, and within a matter of a few weeks get them platform ready to compete in powerlifting. Olympic lifting is much more technical, and the ability to perform the lifts without being susceptible to injury or anything like that would take a significant amount more time. And most of the Olympic lifters that you see in the Olympics have been doing it since, in some countries they get recruited when they're 4 and 5 years old, and they'll do 2-a-days from then until they get to compete in the Olympics.
Madison Coffey on the platform for her initial squat at 105 kilos. Sharon Derr did get a complete lift at 100 kilos. Coffey will get 2 out of 3 white lights, so her lift is good at 105 kilos. So, Matt, the question that I would ask in that context, as we started out yesterday's Superman event, like the women today, with the Olympic lifting disciplines first, how important was it for you to get off to a fast start and at least connect on as many lifts as you could early on in the day so that you could put yourself in the best position possible to place as high as you were expecting to during the course of the day?
Definitely, and it's a physical and mental aspect of competing in both disciplines, but definitely starting off with the Olympic lifts to hit lifts is good for your psyche to make you feel confident that it's going to be a good day for you, and also making lifts means that you're not missing or picking weights that are more than what you're capable of, and putting that type of stress on your body early on is going to be detrimental to how you're trying to build a total throughout the 2 disciplines, the 5 different lifts that you're going to do, and is that 6 plus 9, 15 different attempts that you have throughout the day.
Cynthia Church was able to complete her initial squat at 105 kilos as Nasaya Smith will be starting at 110 kilos for her opening salvo here in the final portion of this two-day event, the 5-bar showdown. Matt, when you were able to find out about the 5-bar showdown, how intrigued were you by the event, and was it one of these things to where you were immediately in as soon as you heard about the event, or was it something that you had to warm up to considering the possibility of entering?
No, it was something that initially intrigued me right away. I had no reservations about doing it. I'd competed in powerlifting for a little over 6 years and decided that I needed a bit of a break and wanted to try something new and challenge myself, and that's how I got started doing the Olympic lifting. And when I heard about this, being close friends with Josh, the meet director, I felt like it would be a good way to still continue to train in the Olympic lifts, but also showcase what I could do in a powerlifting background and to kind of see what type of lifts that lifters that are more Olympic aligned versus some that are more powerlifting aligned, and how they can cross over and see how competitive they can be amongst those groups of lifters.
Laura Mattison, last on the platform, connects with 3 white lights at 110 kilos. Nasaya Smith, as you saw before, was able to connect at 110 kilos as well. So that'll bring up Meghan Valentine. Meghan Valentine will be making an initial attempt here at 110 kilos. Right now, if you look at the Superwoman standings, Meghan Valentine is at the top and has a considerable lead over Teresa Britt, Nasaya Smith, and Holly Kimball, who we'll all see here, as it's down to 13 Superwoman contestants at this point, which is going to create for us an opportunity to run them all out of one flight. We'll have a 20-minute break in between segments, and we'll be able to talk to some of the people that made this event possible throughout the course of the afternoon, as Meghan Valentine, with her initial squat, gets 3 white lights, so she's on the board at 110 kilos for her opening squat. Now, Matt, for an event like this, to have the likes of Pretty Strong Powerlifting, Team Rohr Powerlifting, Williams Weightlifting USC, these are some very solid entities in the metro Atlanta area putting on this event. To see the life of a Superman or Superwoman event continue to grow and flourish, I would imagine from your perspective it's going to take the corporate sponsorships like what we have today for this to continue to have the life that it has.
Yeah, that's definitely a true statement there. It depends, too, on you can have events, but if no one wants to compete in them, there's no event to be had. And so I think getting people excited about trying to broaden what their strengths are or to showcase them in different ways is really how you're going to be able to sell it, because you need to have the lifters first to be able to run into the event, and then once you have that and have lifters that have strengths that need to be showcased, and then you can pitch that to sponsors to be able to put the money up to continue growing an event like this. And it'll be interesting to see if you can convince lifters to kind of cross over and do stuff like that. Some of them are very focused on trying to do very, very well in the one sport that they're working in, and the idea of having to mix in some of the other stuff might be a little bit more tougher of a sell. But at the same time, as someone who's done both, there's crossover benefits to doing both that can help your totals and your strength levels in the others. I have a lot of more technical issues with the Olympic lifts, but with my strength background in powerlifting, it allows me to do more weight than I might be able to do otherwise with I'd say less than ideal technique or body positioning, and vice versa. If you can be as athletic as Olympic weightlifters are, and they typically would have a little bit more core strength with the lifts that they're doing, that translates well to powerlifting.
Whitney Thomas-Powles at 125 kilos gets 3 white lights. We've had one miss as of late, as Rachel Meltzer on her initial squat missed at 112.5 kilos. For those of you that are curious, 112.5 kilos, 248 pounds. She's not able to connect on that lift. That's the only miss that we've had so far today, as we've had Caitlin Matson, Laura Mattison, and Whitney Thomas-Powles all connect on their respective lifts, as Teresa Britt will now come up at 127.5 kilos. As you see Britt finishing her lift. We'll wait on the scoring. 3 white lights, so she's in with a qualifying score of 127.5 kilos, which will set up our final lift of this rotation in Holly Kimball. Holly Kimball will be approaching the platform in just a moment, as Kimball finds herself right now currently in 4th position, but still a lot of this event to be had, as we are now in the 3rd of our 5 disciplines. So still, folks, jockeying for position, a very tight contest between spots 2 and 5 right now. However, Meghan Valentine seems to be poised for putting up a really good showing, and it's going to take a Herculean effort from one of the folks behind her to really put together a serious run in these final 3 disciplines.
That's exactly right, Brian. Looking at it now, she's got such a commanding lead, nearly 70 coefficient points ahead of the second place lifter. I don't see, unless something catastrophic happens, that she's going to lose that grip on first place. But 2, 3, and 4 are all separated by 5 to 7 coefficient points, and so every lift's going to matter. I think when you get into this, and it was kind of my goal yesterday, especially not hitting as many lifts as I wanted to in the Olympic lifts, was I needed to make as many lifts as I could on the powerlifting platform to make sure that I could place as high as I could. And so especially the lifters that are real close in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th positions, their goal needs to be making lifts, and not that you don't want to push yourself or put weight on the bar that is going to be a maximal effort, but you need to be careful with how you go about that, and knowing that one lift isn't going to make or break your total. It's the culmination of all the lifts, and so you're building a total to try and place you as high as possible.
Barbara Parsons with her 2nd squat of the afternoon, connected at 85 in the first rotation. Or connected at 80, is attempting 85 here. We'll see what the judges have to say about it. A little uneven on the way up, but they still like the lift. She got 2 out of 3 white lights, so that lift is good. Parsons is in at 85, as that'll bring up Ellay Merana at 90 kilos. Folks, for the best in online strength sport coaching right here in the Peach State, you can find Team Rohr online at teamrohr.com. Josh Rohr will actually have an interview with him coming up between the squat segment and the bench press segment of this afternoon's 5-bar showdown. This is basically his baby, his event, that he has created and brought here. So we're going to sort of get into his mind as to what his thinking was in creating the Superman and Superwoman event, and all of the things that surrounded it this afternoon, and what we could be seeing from Josh Rohr and Team Rohr here in the coming years. And then, of course, later on, between the bench press and the deadlift segment, we're going to have Dr. Vanessa Gale coming up. Matt will have that interview with Dr. Gale, as he'll be talking with her about Pretty Strong Powerlifting, one of the presenting sponsors here at the event, and sort of the importance of having these sorts of sponsorships in the Atlanta metro area when it comes to putting events like this together. So Ellay Merana will be making her 2nd attempt at 90 kilos, as she connected earlier at 82.5. This event, 13 competitors performing in this Superwoman event. Only one can be the champion in this Superwoman event. It's Merana with her 2nd squat opportunity. We'll take it to the rack, and we'll wait on the scoring. 2 out of 3 white lights there, so she's in at 90.
That's kind of what I was expecting to see from the judges there. It was a lift that, as she descended down and reversed it, was a borderline in terms of depth, and she did get 1 red light from a side judge for depth, but ultimately enough to get that as a pass lift. But as she moves forward, I think she needs to be cognizant of her depth. I think the strength was there. It was a pretty easy, solid lift for her, but she needs to focus on getting a little bit better depth, because I think with the heavier weight, she's going to be tempted to pull it a little higher, and so if she doesn't focus on that, she won't get her 3rd attempt.
Sharon Derr, who connected at 100 kilos, will be making a 2nd attempt at 105 kilos here in the first powerlifting discipline of the Superwoman event. Derr Sets herself. Will now engage in the squat. Now, Matt, I saw something there out of Sharon that as soon as she started to come up out of the hole, the knees began to turn inward, but it seems like that during the middle of the lift, she was able to take the knees back outside, and that caused her to give enough energy into the lift to actually get it up on the rack and actually connect on a 105-kilo lift here in her second attempt.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Brian. I could notice exactly what you did, and it's something as a power lifter, as a coach and a lifter, you should be aware of in terms of correct body positioning to maximize the number of muscle groups that you can enact when you're performing the lift. And anytime that your knees come in, you're not usually able to recruit enough of your glute muscles. And just like you said, as soon as she got kind of stuck and her knees were coming in, she recognized that by pushing them out, it was going to activate the backside of her glutes, her whole posterior chain. And as soon as she was able to do that, the weight started moving up again.
Well, and it was, to be quite honest with you, it has to take a lot of raw strength just to be able to, even if you make a mistake in the middle of a lift, to be able to correct while not getting penalized by the officials. That's got to take some raw strength and some raw athletic ability, even if you're able to make a lift without actually setting off any sort of red flags from the officials.
Yeah, that's correct. You need to obviously know, as a lifter, beyond what the coach knows, you should know what the infractions are that can cost you getting a good lift, beyond obviously just missing due to strength. And as you perform the lift to know that, so there's a lot going on in your head. So the more repetition you could get in to know where your body needs to be and what you need to do on the platform is always good, and nothing can really recreate the experience of being on the platform, no matter how many times you lift in a gym.
Madison Coffey gets 3 white lights on her second attempt, so now she's up to 110 kilos for her qualifying squat lift, as she'll have Cynthia Church coming up behind her. Here in the final event from the greater Atlanta area, certainly coming from my part of the country, which is the Charlotte metro area, about a 3-hour ride down into the Atlanta metro area. This has had a very Georgia-centric feel to it. A lot of competitors from the great state of Georgia that are here. However, with an event of this nature, especially when you're looking at a Superman or Superwoman concept, as Cynthia Church is about to complete her lift, Matt, I would imagine as this event begins to grow in stature, this is going to draw folks, and it's not going to become more of a Georgia event, but it could very well take on a national platform, if you will.
Definitely, and I've noticed, especially when there's cash payouts, it definitely kind of draws people to an event like this.
That's always a help.
For the most part, some of these lifters may be sponsored and get some funding to travel, but you're right, for the most part it's pretty Georgia-centric, if not at least Southeast-centric. But I know that Ellay, she used to live in the area. She lives in California now, and she flew out for this meet. And another lifter in the earlier session for the women, Kristen Dunsmore, lives out in California, and she flew out to compete in this event. So it is with the money that is being awarded, drawing people to want to travel. And as you get more money and more names, where if you're a good lifter, you want to compete against other good lifters, you can really grow it to where you get people to travel from all over the country.
Cynthia Church was able to connect on her lift at 110 kilos. Rachel Meltzer has missed 2 in a row at 112.5. As she'll have to try to connect on her final attempt, or else she's going to bomb out in this particular discipline, and that would pretty much sabotage any hope she has of placing highly in the Superwoman competition, as Nasaya Smith will now be making an attempt at 115 kilos. Matt, I'll ask you something after Smith completes her lift, as she's not able to get it back to the rack, so she'll have an incomplete lift there. She'll be stuck at 110.
That is a pretty important miss there, because she's someone that's going to be in the running for the top 2 or 3 positions, and missing that right there really puts her in a disadvantage, assuming some of the other lifters she's going against gets their second attempt.
So that will bring up Meghan Valentine here in just a bit. Now, Matt, one of the things that I've noticed out of our last couple of lifters, being Cynthia Church and then Rachel Meltzer, is a lot of the lifters that we've seen in the last couple ones have been holding the bar really high up against their neck, to where you've got a lot, and you can tell by the chalk that's on their back, they hold it much lower across the shoulders. What are some of the dynamics that determine who does what in that circumstance?
There's a lot goes into it in terms of body type, leverages, stuff like that, mechanical advantage, and a lot of Olympic lifters, because of the body positioning that they need, tend to have a higher bar position. When you have a higher bar position, you are able to keep your torso more upright, and in the Olympic lifts, if your torso is not upright, the bar is going to be out in front of you, and it's going to be against the center of gravity of your body, and you're going to miss it. So keeping it closer to your center of gravity is more advantageous. So when they squat, they do a high bar and usually a narrower stance, because that allows them to keep more upright with their core, and that's what their body is conditioned to do when they're performing the Olympic lifts, whereas a straight power lifter might have a lower bar position, and depending on the length of their torso and the length of their femur and their leg, can allow them to hit depth easier if they have trouble with that, depending on their body mechanics. But it does have them have a tilt or an angle to their torso.
Caitlin Matson was able to connect on her lift at 115 kilos. Meghan Valentine on her second attempt, she missed at 115, so that's a slight setback for the leader in this event. So she'll try at 115 once again here on her final opportunity. Laura Mattison on the platform at 117.5 kilos. As Madison looks like she had very little trouble. If anything, she gets 3 white lights there. I was going to say, if anything would have been a culprit there for missing that lift, it would have been depth, but it sure seemed that she got deep enough, and of course the officials liked it. Now, looking at someone like Laura Mattison in a competition like this, and now Whitney Thomas-Powell's, these are some of the taller lifters in this competition. What sort of challenges do taller lifters have in the squat that might create for them some problems, if for nothing else, creating enough depth in the judges' eyes that would make it a good lift?
Well, definitely being a taller lifter can cause issues that a small lifter might not have. Definitely the range of motion of the bar, the amount of distance that the bar travels, is just more time under tension that your body has, and that means that it's going to wear down your central nervous system more and create tension in your muscles longer than someone who's a shorter lifter. And that obviously can tire you out sooner. It can, both just within the process of one lift, but also through the duration of a powerlifting or Olympic lifting program. As you compete and complete more and more of your attempts, it's going to wear on you more as a taller lifter.
Whitney Thomas-Powell was able to connect at 132.5 kilos, so she has her second lift as good. She now has 132.5 on the board, and that'll be followed by Teresa Britt, who's trying an identical 132.5 kilos for her second opportunity. Running right through the second rotation here in the squat, as things will move quickly here, which is why they're going to have some recovery time in between the disciplines. And there again, we saw Teresa Britt there. I would imagine that's almost textbook technique there. She was able to get the knees out and drive everything upward, and thus get herself enough power to the rack, and she gets 3 white lights as she's good at 132.5.
That's correct. And we have had a couple misses for second attempts here, but by and large, we've got lifters that are picking good attempts for what they're capable of today, and I was interested to see how they would handle their opening attempts following doing the Olympic lifting session, and minus one lifter, they've all hit their openers, and the majority of them have hit their second attempt. So I think they've got a feel for how their bodies are reacting to having done an Olympic lifting portion prior to this powerlifting portion.
Holly Kimball seemed to have very little issue with that one. She gets 3 white lights, so she's in at 145 kilos. So she has the top squat of the Superwoman segment so far, as we'll now go into our third and final rotation here in the squat position.
my understanding is I've kind of been watching and I'm looking at the score sheet. Something happened with Barbara Parsons' second squat attempt, and I don't know if there was a misload or if they told her to rack it too soon, but she's being awarded a redo, as it were, at 85 kilograms for her second squat attempt. She's approaching the bar now, and this will be her second attempt, a retake of her second attempt.
Now, the question I would ask them, as a Superwoman event already taxing enough on the body as it is, how much more difficult now is it to replicate this second attempt for Barbara Parsons? And would it possibly create a circumstance to where she just passes on her third attempt?
Well, we'll have to see how she performs this lift and how it feels. And that's something that her coach or herself could have judged and say, okay, well, let's just, it's going to be a miss. Lift as the bar reaches the bottom of the squat and you reverse it, the bar cannot have any downward movement following the bottom of the squat, and that clearly, after she got to the bottom, had some downward movement and she didn't have the strength to get out of it.
So Matt, what you're saying is the progression on the ascent doesn't have to be fast. It doesn't even have to be consistent per se. It just can't make a downward dip back to the hole.
It cannot, and it can stay neutral or unmoving for a period of time, but it cannot dip back down.
So as Ellay Merana will make her way to the platform for her third attempt. Now, she went from 82.5 to 90, now making an attempt at 95.
What is interesting, and just so people watching recognize, Barbara Parsons obviously missed her second squat attempt, and her third is going to be a repeat of her second, and that would have moved her to the beginning of this flight, and she would have had to follow herself. But by rule and per the flow of this meet, I believe that she'll be bumped back down to the bottom for when she's ready to perform her third squat.
And with that said, any possibility of her timing out on her final squat opportunity, not going to happen, because in reality, she really does want to connect to 85 and thus make that third squat a worthwhile
I think so, unless she really feels like there's no way she's going to get it, or if there's some injury or something that might have happened on that second one. I think the expectation for me would be that she will come out onto the platform and attempt 85 again. And I think, even though she missed it and never actually squatted up with it, I think it was more maybe a mental or technical cue type of issue, and I think the strength is there.
Sharon Derr making an attempt at 110 kilos after connecting at 100 and 107.5. Merana, as you saw there, was able to connect at 95 kilos. And Derr not going to be able to complete the lift, as she'll be on the board headed into the bench press at 107.5.
Yep, and that'll put her in 8th place overall for the Superwoman competition going into the bench press.
So it'll set up Rachel Meltzer here in just a moment, and Meltzer is in a critical circumstance here. She really needs to connect on a squat so that she can at least take a qualifying score in. Otherwise, this completely sabotages the rest of her day as it stands here in the final two disciplines of the powerlifting segment. So Meltzer not going to be able to do anything with it, and the spotters were able to come to the rescue there. It's Meltzer.
I think physically she's okay, but probably emotionally a little bit disappointed with not being able to get a squat in. Hopefully, as a lifter and as a spectator too, even though she's not going to be able to post a total, it's always nice to see them come back, and hopefully she will continue with the bench press and the deadlift.
Well, and I would imagine it becomes a real gut check or even a test of courage to just be able to carry on and put together as much of what your usual routine prior to those mishaps occurring in the bench press and in the deadlift coming up.
Exactly. And as a competitor, we're also paying entry fees to be here. So my feeling would be, if I ever did miss all 3 attempts at a lift, that I would still continue, just because I'm paying to be here, and I did a lot of training to prepare for this. And even though I wasn't capable of doing it for one of the lifts, I wanted to be able to showcase what I had done in training for the other ones.
As Madison Coffey not able to connect at 115 kilos, so she'll take a score of 110 with her into the bench press segment, 110 equaling 242.5 pounds. For those of you that follow the standard measurement system here this afternoon and the final day of this 5-bar showdown, as Nasaya Smith will come up. Folks, we want to thank Pretty Strong Powerlifting. It's your spot for training, apparel, and all things strength sport. You can find them online at www.prettystronglife.com and then always on Instagram at team.pspl. That is Pretty Strong Powerlifting, a presenting sponsor of the 5-bar showdown. And Nasaya Smith not going to be able to get it out of the hole, as it seems like that once she got to the very bottom, was just never able to really generate the energy necessary to take it back to the rack.
And that's how she performed that squat is very indicative of someone who's coming from an Olympic lifting background, because the Olympic lifters are always eventually getting weight over their head or higher up on their body. The ability to catch it because they're pulling it from the ground, they sink very deep into their squats, and they're able to, the ability to do that benefits them in the Olympic lifts, but in the power lifts where getting that low with generally more weight on your back than you would have in the Olympic lifts can create issues where I think that if Nasaya had kind of cut her squat a little bit higher, still breaking parallel, but maybe not 3 or 4 inches as low as she was, probably would have had the power to drive through and get that lift.
Cynthia Church was able to connect on all 3 of her lifts, so she will bring a qualifying score of 115 kilos to the bench press segment as Meghan Valentine comes in. Now, Valentine was one of just a handful of misses in the second rotation. I would imagine, if for nothing else, just to maintain a high level of confidence, she definitely wants to nail this one at 115 kilos. She gets it back to the rack. We'll see what the judges say.
It was a little borderline on depth, and that's exactly what you got called for. Both side judges called her for insufficient depth on her squat.
It seemed like that as she was getting on her way up, Matt, and please correct me if this is not right, but it seemed like as her hips were beginning to make the ascent, the bar wasn't really able to go up at the same trajectory that the hips were, and that's what really got her leaning forward, and that's why she was not able to get the proper depth, and which is inevitably why she got the 2 red lights.
Yeah, what you just bring up is more actually it's a reverse. She didn't get the appropriate depth, and because of that, when she reversed it, I think her like you said, like her hips went up at a faster rate than the bar, and that did cause her to get a little bit forward, which caused the lift to be more difficult after the
right.
descent. But I think probably just with missing the second one and probably being a little bit low on energy after doing all the Olympic lifts, she generally, if you cut it a little bit higher, you're moving the bar less from beginning to end, and you can save some energy. And if you're feeling like it's a heavy weight or you're low on energy, then cutting a squat high is pretty common, especially on third attempts. And I would guess that that's what happened with Meghan there.
So we'll have Laura Mattison coming to the platform, making an attempt at 125 kilos. And if you can see, Matt, on our score sheet, there is a ton of misses in this third rotation. Is there any indication, as Madison's not going to be able to connect on her third and final opportunity in the squat, typically when you see so many misses in that third rotation, what are some of the things that contribute to that?
Well, it's interesting. I've been thinking about that, especially as the first and second squats went pretty well in terms of made attempts. In general, just even within a powerlifting respect, I see that a lot of men, whether it's ego or whatever else, tend to miss more of their third attempts, squat, and even some of the other lifts. And girls are a little bit better, or women are better at probably lifting within themselves, and they tend to make more third attempts than they miss. And this is not the case, and I'd be curious if it's having had lifted in the Olympic session before, if it's starting to come to them, and they're probably, all of them are probably putting weight on their third attempts that they've done in the gym and stuff like that, but have never done that having lifted the Olympic lifts before. And I think that's if I had to guess, that's probably more of what's happening here than anything else, is just not having been in a position where they've had to squat after doing the number of lifts that they've had already.
So Teresa Britt misses at 137.5 kilos. Now, as these misses continue to pile up, one of the things I wanted to ask you, because I'm sure you had to contend with this somewhat in the Superman segment yesterday, these women were here very early this morning prepping for a very early segment that started at around 8:30 a.m. And for the most part, most of them were done by about 10:30 this morning. And now 3.5 hours later, you're now hitting the reset button and bringing back the energy. Is it just enough time in those 3 hours or 3.5 hours to tighten and then now have to stretch themselves back out and sort of recharge the engine, if you will? Or was that perfect amount of time to give them adequate rest to go into this final segment?
Yeah, for me, I think I ended up having about 4 hours in between when I ended my Olympic lifts and when I started my power lifts. Just see what happens. This is going to be a missed attempt by Whitney. That I think if I had any more, it would have been too much. I probably could have had even as little as 3 and been fine. For myself, having that rest was good. I kind of just laid down. I ate and drank quite a bit. What I felt getting ready to do the power lifts was that in that time, my body definitely kind of cooled down, and I needed to stretch and remobilize and get feeling better in that sense. But then once I started doing my warm-up lifts in terms of my central nervous system and my reaction to the bar weight, I could do less warm-ups with the implements, with the bar on my back or in my arms for the bench press and stuff like that. And my body and central nervous system was kind of already primed from having lifted in the Olympic session. And knowing that I had already lifted, I was trying to limit the amount of warm-ups I did to save energy for the rest of the competition.
And Holly Kimball, here in the final squat of this squat segment, was able to get 2 out of 3 white lights.
And that's really, as I look at the main score sheet, that has really changed the dynamics of the order of placing right now. I think Holly came in after the Olympic portion in 3rd or 4th place, and some of the lifters that were ahead of her after that only made their first attempts for squat, and she made all 3, and now she's in position pretty solidly by about 10 to 15 coefficient points firmly in 2nd place, and especially with Meghan Valentine missing her 2 attempts at squat, she's opened up. I still think she's going to win, but if she only gets her first bench and first deadlift and Holly keeps making lifts, that gap could close pretty significantly.
Well, she was already able to make up 45 kilos just in the squat segment alone. It still may not be enough to make up the difference, but Holly Kimball making a big noise to everyone here in the competition that she's going to make things very hard on Meghan Valentine and the rest of the field.
So now we've got Barbara taking out her 3rd squat, and that was a good lift, 2-1. She had missed that second squat when she got to retake it, and then she appeared again at the end of the order to retry it. And like I said, I think she just cleaned up some of the technical stuff and was able to make that look good, like a good 3rd attempt.
Well, as we now take a look at everything having been completed on the squat side, you see that Barbara Parsons, because of that, gets to 85 kilos on her, or is able to take 85 kilos to her final squat. Will now go into the bench press portion. Holly Kimball has positioned herself now in 2nd place, I believe is what the numbers are showing us now at this point. Meghan Valentine still has a pretty good lead at this juncture, but as we go into the bench press segment, I'll be curious to see what sort of pressure Holly Kimball is able to put on Meghan Valentine and the rest of the field to possibly create some distance and make this a 2-woman competition going into the deadlifts. Matt, your initial thoughts after the squat portion?
Yeah, I think that there's definitely been some jockeying of position and some smarter attempt selection from some lifters versus others, and that's changed the dynamic of placing as it is right now. One of the things that I'm looking at in terms of what is to come in terms of the bench press openers and the deadlift openers and to be aware of is that this is a coefficient competition, so it's people in a bunch of different weight classes competing together and getting totals and coefficients that are based off of their body weight to equalize everything. Meghan Valentine happens to be one of I think the lightest weightlifter in the group, and Holly Kimball is one of, if not the heaviest lifter in the group. So just looking at the numbers that they're putting up, Holly's always going to be putting up bigger numbers, but are they going to be big enough to outweigh the fact that her body weight is much higher than Meghan's? And we'll have to see it. As I looked at and the bench presses, Holly's is higher than Meghan's, but it's only 10 kilograms, about 22 pounds. That's not going to be enough to really close any gap. And unless she makes bigger jumps or Meghan starts to miss lifts like she had in the squat, I think that Meghan's going to keep her lead over Holly.
So that brings us to the close of the squat segment. 2 more disciplines remaining, the bench press and then the deadlift. You'll have to come back and see what goes on for the remainder of the Superwoman segment of the final day here of the 5-bar showdown. So glad that you're tuning in with us. Folks, when we come back on the other side of this timeout, we will have Josh Rohr with us, and we'll talk about the 5-bar showdown, the brainchild from which it comes from, and what the future could look like. All that coming up in just a bit as we're taking a break here during the 5-bar showdown, brought to you by Team Rohr, Pretty Strong Powerlifting, and Williams Weightlifting USA. We'll be right back.
All right, folks, we're back here. We're still on break, but I It's Matt Buttermer here, and I've brought along Dr. Vanessa Gale to discuss some things about the 5-bar Showdown and why she and her pretty strong powerlifting crew have decided to sponsor this event and be here. So I'd like to have her introduce herself and talk a little about why she's involved in this event.
Hi, thanks for having me on, Matt. Well, we have been a part of Georgia Powerlifting for about 5 years, ever since I moved from New York to Georgia to start chiropractic school. And we just love the sport. We love Team Rohr. We love everything that they do. We've been getting more and more lifters involved in Georgia meets, and we have a team out in Marietta. We coach a bunch of lifters online as well, so a couple of those lifters came and competed this weekend, so we thought it would be a great opportunity to sponsor the meet and get our name out there a little bit more.
Yeah, no, it's funny. I remember, I think the first time that we met was in New York, because I'm also from New York.
Yeah.
And then shortly after I moved down here, I went to a meet in Georgia with Josh, and I run into Vanessa Gale, and I said, "Why are you here?" She said, "I just moved down here." And I said, "So did I."
I think that was the American Open?
I think it was the one up in Dalton. That was like the state meet 2011 or 12, something like that. So that was kind of interesting. Now, as you've been down here, and as long as I've known you, you've gotten married, you've gone through chiropractic school, and you've had a baby.
Correct.
How are you finding all those changes impact your ability to run pretty strong powerlifting and compete yourself and balancing all of that? It definitely can't be easy.
I wear a lot of hats these days, that's for sure. Well, with going through chiropractic school, Pretty Strong definitely took a back seat as far as the online coaching portion of my business went on, but we eventually started having more and more people join the team in our actual facility, which is Movement Gym in Marietta. And so we had upwards of 12 to 15 lifters lifting with us in a team environment 3 times a week, which was always fun. I never missed a day for like 5 years, unless it was a Friday and we had a seminar or something. But we kept that going very consistently. And then in March, when we graduated, a bunch of our team members also graduated, so the team's kind of dwindled down, and that role sort of has taken a back seat, and now I've been doing a lot more online coaching and got a bunch of lifters going to nationals this year. It's going to be really exciting for Pretty Strong. And also with Rosalie, my 15-month-old, she's been to at least 11 powerlifting meets at this point.
Can you please tell me her full name?
Her full name is Rosalie Barr Bell.
Yes, I was aware of that. I just wanted to get everyone else listening to know that definitely strength sport, and in particular barbell sport, is definitely number one in Vanessa's mind, and her husband David, who is also a competitor and helps her run pretty much everything as well. You're pretty
absolutely.
Quite the dynamic duo.
Yeah, he's definitely he's definitely my other whole, I should say.
Yeah.
So, Rosalie, her middle name actually stemmed from my ballet background as well, because it's spelled Barre. Mm-hmm. So it's a little play on our entire life here.
That's awesome. So tell me, when was the last time you were able to compete?
So my last competition was in January, and I actually did the New York State Championship. The Iron Beast is what it was called. And I did that meet because I was doing my internship in Connecticut. So we were in the Northeast, and we decided to do a New York meet while we were there. So that was really awesome. Was that
in Latham, New York?
It was.
That's about 15 minutes from where I grew up.
Yep, that's where it was. And actually at that meet, I had my best Wilks score ever. So that was less than a year postpartum with my best Wilks ever.
So I'd imagine was that your expectation, or were you just being your first meet back after a pregnancy and everything? Were you just trying to build a total, or were you saying I can have my best Wilks ever?
My only goal for that meet was to qualify for nationals, because I wanted to come back to the national scene at that point, having the baby, and I wanted to come back the next year. So that was my goal. I qualified for nationals with that total, no problem. And it just happened to be my best Wilks ever because I was a lot lighter than usual, because with breastfeeding, your body loses a lot more weight sometimes, and for me that's what happened. You know, I was able to get back to lifting pretty quickly, and I haven't put on as much muscle, so I'm at a lot lower body weight right now.
Is it your intention to try and stay at your current body weight in the weight class that you're seems to be pretty competitive in, if it's your higher Wilks?
Personally, I would love to gain weight.
Yeah.
I would like to be a heavier 63 kilogram.
So you're still in 63. So your Wilks is better, but I guess you're still within the same weight class you would have normally been in, so that puts you a little bit of a detriment to some people that are filling out the weight class more.
Correct. Like, I would like to be a little bit above 63 and have to cut a few pounds to make weight. But right now I'm definitely sitting light.
Okay. All right. Nothing wrong with that. So now, what you've qualified for nationals, so that's going to be your next meet, and that's in Orlando.
Orlando,
if
yeah.
I'm correct. This might be a meet, since I'm a Florida boy now, that I probably will make an appearance at.
Also, that meet in Latham was actually my second meet postpartum.
Oh, okay.
I had done a meet in August. I had Rosalie in April. Did a meet in August, which was the local powerlifting for pups meet at Atlanta Barbell.
Okay.
And that was just a comeback meet. I had a decent numbers for myself, and it was good. It was good to come back and get back at it. You know.
Yeah, no, I know that feeling. I competed yesterday, and it was the first time I had competed on a powerlifting platform in over 3 years. So I was definitely at home, but definitely not at the same level strength-wise as I had been right when I kind of took a break from it. But I was happy with what I was able to get to in kind of a short amount of time, preparing for the meet and everything. And I think it's something to build off of. And it was always my intention to get back into competing and stuff like that. So I'm looking forward to more powerlifting meets in my future.
Excellent. It was great to see you lifting, for sure.
Yeah, thank you. I
haven't seen you in a while on the platform.
It was nice to be back in Georgia, and it's nice sometimes to be at a Georgia meet and not be the one running it or scoring or anything like that, and just have to be able to focus on the lifting. It's been a while since I've had that position.
I remember running the computer with you at collegiate nationals where you were literally falling asleep, and I was like, Matt, go!
Yeah, those can be some long days, especially at collegiates, because it's over like 4 days, and it's more physically draining than you might think, just because of the amount of mental acuity that you have to have and focus to make sure that the platform and the meet is running on time, and that lifters aren't being penalized for there being slow bar loads because you're not up with the program and everything.
Right.
So
it's a lot that goes into a meet, and there's not a lot of volunteers. The sport needs more people to step up.
I agree. But and it's nice to, as a lifter, to get exposed to the volunteer aspect and the different types of things. I mean, it's always good to spot and load, just to know what that's like, and then as a lifter, knowing what they have to do because you've done it makes you more cognizant of what you should be doing.
Absolutely. Volunteering at meets, I tell all my lifters that the best thing they can do is volunteer at a meet. That's going to teach them a lot more than they even know. They don't know what they don't know when they first start out. Yeah. And volunteering at a meet before you even do a meet is a good learning experience for
definitely.
everyone.
I mean, just exposing yourself and knowing what's going on is always good. Well, that's about all the time we have for the interview with Dr. Vanessa Gale. We're happy to have her here and supporting the meet and Georgia powerlifting as a whole, and we appreciate having her on. And if you want to say anything else, feel free.
Well, thank you so much for having us.
Good to have you. We're going to go to a commercial break, and when we come back, we're going to do a recap of the squats and where things stand, and I think another commercial break, and then we'll get back to the bench press.
And we're back here from the Metro of Atlanta, Georgia. So glad that you could be with us. Brian Rushing here along with Matt Buttimer as the 5-bar showdown will now carry into the bench press portion. And Matt, from what we've been able to see, the squat segment of this 5-bar showdown on the Superwoman side really seemed to benefit Holly Kimball, as she was pretty much able to trim down the lead that Meghan Valentine had by about half. You've got the Superwoman stats in front of us. Give us an idea of where we are.
Well, yeah, following the Olympic lifting portion, Meghan had a considerable lead among everyone, and I think between her and Holly wasn't even in second place at that time, the forecasted coefficient between the two was around 50. Following their lifts and Holly hitting all three of her squats and Meghan only hitting one, that lead, forecasted lead, that assumes the made lifts of their bench press opener and deadlift opener, that lead has shrunk from 50 coefficient points down to 30 coefficient points. And now if that trend continues, obviously Holly could get into a position where she could vie for the number one spot and $750 for the prize money. I think for bench press, I don't think there's gonna be much headway made by Holly Kimball, but I think where she can close the gap a bit would be on the deadlift. She's in a higher weight class than Meghan, but her deadlift opener is the highest of everyone in the flight, and should be something that can really build her total up and put her in a position to have weight on the bar that will, on her third attempt, that could move her from second to first.
So there's a real possibility that Holly Kimball, with her first bench press attempt, could be playing it conservative, but she could get way more ambitious in her second and third attempts if she thinks that she's got an opportunity to really trim that lead down going into the deadlift segment.
Yeah, and that's a very good point. I mean, as I see it right now, her deadlift or her bench press opener is 70 kilos, 154 pounds, and that's only a little over 20 pounds more than Meghan. It seems like it could be a light opener for her, and we'll have to see how it looks and how she decides to call her second and third attempts as well as Meghan's, and see how those play off each other, and if they're starting to already look at where their placing is, and if their coaches start making changes to the plan based off the fact that someone's lead could be growing or shrinking.
As we just complete our 6th hour of broadcasting here today and the final day of the 5-bar showdown, Barbara Parsons will get things started off. 37.5 kilos with her initial bench press offering. So you see her from the profile camera. The press is back on the rack. The officials
waiting on a third official to get their judgment in. But based off of what I saw, that was a good lift. And indeed, 3 white lights.
And oftentimes, when there's a delay in the scoring like that, it's not that the official's indecisive more than anything, as maybe the score just didn't get put in automatically through the system that they're running with. Seldom do these officials need to take a long time deliberating, and certainly, Matt, you would be aware of that given your long history here in the sport of powerlifting.
Exactly, and this is a newer scoring system. It's fully wireless, and the controls are not necessarily complicated, but they are different, and so if it's their first time using the control pad, they might not realize that they need to do 2 inputs for it to get to the scoring system.
Laura Mattison at 47.5 kilos. And there really could be something wrong with that third trigger, as that score is a little late getting in. Madison gets 3 white lights as well, so she's in at 47.5 kilos, and that'll bring up Rachel Meltzer. Now, Meltzer here, this will be very interesting to see what happens with Meltzer, because Meltzer was not able to connect on a squat. So this is really going to be a test of will here for Rachel Meltzer to see if she can continue to follow her plan the rest of the way. And she seemed to have very little problem there at 50 kilos.
No, that was a very good lift, and it's nice to see that she came back out there and decided to continue with the meet. And definitely a confidence boost to hit that first bench, and hopefully she can continue on with that and, go 6 for 6 in the list that she has left, or I guess 5 for 5, with the remaining lifts she has.
And at the end of the day, really, Matt, that's all you can control are your own lifts that you've got remaining. You can't really go back and hit the rewind button. You take each lift for what it is, and hopefully you're able to connect and at least build some momentum for what would be the next meet.
Yep.
It's Nasaya Smith. We'll take it back to the rack.
Lift.
So right now in the early going, the women are perfect in their initial bench presses, as I would imagine they want to get a qualifying score.
Yeah, and we talked about it during the squats, and the squats went pretty well to form in terms of the number of attempts that were made successfully. And I'd be interested to see if the coaches and the athletes themselves might make some adjustments on the bench press, knowing their fatigue levels and maybe being a little bit more conservative on their attempt selection to try and hit more of their attempts successfully.
As Ellay Merana at 55 kilos gets 3 white lights. Matt, one of the things I wanted to ask you about is I've noticed, and I've not been in the sport a long time, admittedly, but I'm beginning to see that in the bench press competition, you've got some that really carry a flat back on the bench, and they don't necessarily engage a lot of back into their lifting. It seems to be all arms, but like in the situation with Ellay Merana, she seemed to have a very defined arch in her back. Why would that be a plan of attack for some lifters?
I mean, in my mind, and I'm no expert when it comes to human anatomy and physiology, but there's no reason for someone not to try and arch as much as they can. That's within their mobility range and somewhat of their comfort level. But in doing so, it allows them, generally when you arch, you can create more tension in your legs, and you can actually drive with your legs a little bit more, so you're using more muscle groups. It decreases your range of motion, so the distance that the bar has to travel down and back up is shortened. And generally when you do arch, you can kind of dig your lats in and your shoulders into the bench, and that also engages them a little bit more. But it still is just a comfort thing, and everyone's a little bit different. Same thing with kind of like the grip width that you have on the bar. Sometimes, Mattison right there was a little bit narrower. Some of the other lifters are going to be a lot more wider, and when you're wider, same thing. Decreases your range of motion. You can engage some other muscle groups than when you're just straight over the bar, which is always advantageous because the more muscles you have working to complete the lift is going to make it easier, and you generally complete more weight successfully.
In the background there, Sharon Derr was able to come to the bench. We saw Caleb Williams Weightlifting USA, one of the presenting sponsors here for the Superwoman event. A special thank you to Caleb Williams and Williams Weightlifting USA, as Derr making an attempt of 65 kilos for her opening salvo here in the bench press segment. We'll wait on the scoring. She gets 3 white lights, so she's on the board at 65.
Now, that was a good first lift. It was solid, but something that I noticed is that as she descended with it, she didn't stay as controlled as I think she could have. And as she touched her chest, she kind of caved a little bit, and that caused her to have a bit more of an issue getting it off of her chest. And then once she was able to lock it out, but that kind of drained, I think, some of her energy. And I think Caleb's going to probably indicate that to her and tell her to stay a little bit tighter at the bottom of it, so that she does not get Cynthia missed the command. You have to descend the bar to your chest, pause it there for the bar to be motionless, and you'll get a lift command from the head judge, and not until you get that are you allowed to. And if you beat that command, you'll get a no lift, and that's exactly what happened with Cynthia. And as she performed it, as soon as she immediately reversed it, she knew right away, I forgot to listen to the head ref.
And for those that do the bench press at their local gym or whatever, competitive bench presses are a little bit different because they just don't want you bouncing it off your chest and using that momentum. They want you coming and truly lifting the weight in an honest fashion, which is why you get the command from the officials.
Exactly. There's a lot that goes into kind of the rules and how within a competition for powerlifting, the bench press is conducted. Some of it is just the aesthetics. We want it to look like a professional-looking lift, but a lot of it goes into the judgment of it. And if some lifters are just heaving it and bouncing it off their chest and stuff like that, it's hard to compare one lifter to another in terms of what's going on. So we always, as the lift progresses, you have to bring it out, whether on your own or with the help of the spotter. You have to hold the bar up there and show that you have control of it. Get the start command from the head judge. Bring it down till it's motionless on your chest. You get a press command from the head judge, and you have to press it up. And a lot of people in the gym, as they're pressing it up, they basically bring it right into the rack in one motion. That's not permitted within powerlifting rules. You have to press it up to full lockout and show control of the weight before you'll get a rack command, and not until you show complete control will you get a rack command.
Teresa Britt was able to connect at 70 kilos. Caitlin Matson was able to connect at 67.5. So we'll have Holly Kimball here as she'll be making an initial bench press at 70 kilos. As you see from the profile angle. See what the judges think about that one. It looked like a pretty solid lift. It was, in fact. They liked it. So she's on the board at 70, and that's going to bring up Whitney Thomas-Powles. Now, Matt, with this first round being the way it is, I mean, we've had one miss in the opening segment, and Cynthia Church, I think, would admit, hey, that was strictly me forgetting the command. I'm going to be able to continue on with my program, really not having any concern. The weight was certainly not the issue for Cynthia Church.
Yeah, and the way to know that is that even though she missed it, because of that, her second attempt is heavier than that first attempt. She went up in weight, so she's confident that it was more of a technical issue, not kind of following the rules of the sport, than it was a strength issue. So her and her coach decided that they would go up 2.5 kilograms for her second attempt.
Whitney Thomas-Powles will put it on the rack. Gets 3 white lights, so a lot of perfect lifts in that opening rotation as Whitney Thomas-Powles has a 75-kilo lift on the board. So right now, she has the high number amongst the 13 competitors in the Superwoman platform. Some of the other sponsors that we want to say thank you to for being a part of this 5-bar showdown is LFT Nutrition, Roswell Barbell at roswellbarbell.com, Thrive Wellness Center, PowerDot, Smart Muscle Stimulation, and Titan Support Systems. Thank you for helping make this Superman and Superwoman contest such a rousing success as it has been throughout this weekend. Brian Rushing here with Matt Buttermer. Matt, we go into the second rotation. Barbara Parsons already connecting at 37.5, going for 40 on this one, and she gets it to 40.
Yep. I've noticed that looking from the first bench press openers to the second, that nearly everyone has, I'd say 75% of the lifters have made a 5-kilogram jump from their opener, and a few others have made a 2.5 kilogram jump, and that, I think those are all smart numbers from everything that I've seen in terms of how the lifts looked. Those are all should be manageable, and I would expect, barring any technical issues, that every lifter here should be able to make their second attempts.
I think the one thing that stands out of this grouping for the second attempts is if you look at the bottom of the page, Holly Kimball going from 70 to 80, Whitney Thomas-Powles going from 75 to 85.
And that makes a bit of sense, only that the weight that they're lifting as a number is higher, so then any jump that they make as a percentage of that number can be a higher weight total. So going up 10 kilograms as a percentage of what they just lifted is somewhat ratio-wise similar to someone that might have started out at 55 kilograms and going up 5 kilograms to 60.
Laura Mattison was able to connect at 52.5, so she's 2 for 2 in this bench press portion. Rachel Meltzer now, who connected at 50, will now make an attempt of 55 kilos. And Meltzer, despite the issues that she might have had with the squat, is now 2 for 2 in the bench press and really fought through that lift there. She's on the board at 55 kilos.
Definitely. It's nice to see that seems like her mind is right with competing, even though she missed all of her squats, and it's nice to see that she's hitting the weights that she is.
And probably I would imagine that her and her coaching staff, her support system, if you will, probably already thinking in their mind on the next competition, whatever that might be for her.
Mm-hmm. It's very true. Up now we've got Nasaya Smith. And based off of kind of how I've seen her lift, I think she's brought more of an Olympic lifting background. She's got, I want to say making mistakes, but doing some things that to me are indicative of being an Olympic lifter more than a power lifter. But her benches seem to be going pretty well.
Now, you talked about in an earlier lift on the misses about the aesthetics. For Nasaya Smith there, we saw some dribbling in the left elbow. We saw a point to where she had actually looked like come to a pause just ever so briefly, but because of the rules of the bench press, because she didn't bring it back down toward her on the way back down, that she continued to, at least if there was a pause, continue on the way up with no downward movement on the reverse. She was able to actually get 3 white lights there as a good lift.
Yeah. Obviously, when you're trying to push up or squat or deadlift maximal amount of weights, there's going to be instances where the weight stalls on you, or your lockout's a little bit uneven, or like you said, you tremble a little bit. That's understandable, but we're trying to streamline kind of the look and the process for how everyone lifts, and she's shown through her bench presses that there's really no issue with anything that she's doing, and are well within the rules and standards for a good lift.
Ellay Merana was able to connect at 60 kilos, so she's on the board. That's 132.3 pounds for those of you that aren't necessarily familiar metrically with how things are done here at the 5-bar Showdown.
Up now we've got Meghan. I'm interested. That was a pretty easy second attempt for her, so I think she's back on track for the meet here. It looks like she's making some good attempt selections, and I think she's going to probably be able to maintain the lead that she had going into the bench presses, and we'll see.
And putting a lot of pressure on all of her possible competitors going into the deadlift, because if she's able to continue to make those increments and complete those lifts in the bench press, if this is arguably her worst event of the 5, and I have no idea if that's truly the case, but if she's just trying to cut off some of the distance that the likes of Holly Kimball could be trying to make up, she's doing a very good job of it at this point.
Yep, I think so. I think her attempt selections have been pretty good.
So Valentine in at 65. Madison Coffey connects at 67.5. So she has gone 2 for 2 in this bench press segment, and that'll bring up Sharon Derr. Sharon Derr making one of the smaller incremental increases here from the first lift to the second, going from 65 to 67.5.
And this was the lifter that I said kind of didn't really stay tight when the bar descended to her chest, and so I think some of this is just being careful about how she goes about it and not making too big of a jump where she's not able to stay tight. I'm interested to see how she performs this and if she stays tighter. And she did. She stayed a lot tighter there than on her first.
And able to fight through the lift, and she gets rewarded by the officials with 3 white lights, so she's in at 67.5. That was a good fight from her, and as you mentioned, she was able to possibly correct something from one lift to the next, which is a sign of a very solid competitor.
Mm-hmm. And I've noticed that her coach is Caleb, and he's been around the sport quite a while and been a pretty successful lifter himself, both of anyone here. He's a world-class power lifter and Olympic lifter, probably one of the greater strength sport athletes that the U.S. has ever had in terms of being able to cross over between events.
And just like we talked about earlier, Cynthia Church had the lone miss of the first rotation. Well, that wasn't an issue for her this time, as she has 70 kilos on the board for herself now and really seemed to handle that with relative ease.
Definitely, and these second bench press attempts are going kind of to what I was expecting in terms of not many, and up to this point, no missed attempts for the second. second
now
attempt.
Caitlin Matson at 72.5, and she's having some struggle. I don't know if she's not even going to be able to take it to the rack. I have a feeling that even if she had taken it to the rack, it looked like that there was some downward movement there on that right side for her.
Yeah, I noticed, I think some of it was definitely a strength issue on that one, and I did notice that the bar path was a little bit off from optimal for her, and I noticed that her right wrist was kind of rolling forward, and I think that was creating some leverage issues for her when she's trying to lock it out.
And I would imagine that's probably why the spotters need to be so attentive to what's going on, because if you begin to see some of that forward rolling on the wrist, that bar could come out of the hand quickly, and then you've got a potentially dangerous situation for the lifter.
Definitely. Spotters and loaders really need to be focused as they are the first line of defense for injury to any of the lifters as they compete, and as you're pushing your body to its limit, doing maximal weights for what you've trained for, there's always that possibility that you're not going to make the lift, and the spotters and loaders have to be there to help you so you don't get hurt and can continue to compete in the event.
Teresa Britt not able to connect at 75, so she keeps 70 kilos as her score as she'll go into her final attempt here in just a moment. And that brings up Holly Kimball, who connected at 70 and now is going to make the jump 10 kilos to 80. See how she's able to handle this here.
I'm interested to see how this one goes, because I thought, well, that definitely changed my mind a little bit. I thought 70 was solid, but I think in my mind 10 kilos might have been a little bit big of a jump, but that looked like the absolute perfect call. I wouldn't be surprised if she just put in her third attempt. It's going to be 85 kilograms, a 5 kilogram jump, 11 pounds over what she just did.
So Whitney Thomas-Powles will round out the second rotation with an 85 kilo attempt. You take a look at Powles. Powles right now is in the top 5. However, with some good lifts here, she could conceivably create some distance between the 6 and 7 spots in this competition, and maybe begin to push in on 3 and 4.
Definitely, and that's, I think, what we're going to see there is that she just made that lift and made it look pretty easy. I wouldn't be surprised if she goes up another 5 kilograms to 90 overall, which would be a 198 pound attempt on her third.
It would be interesting to see what sort of pressure that she puts on the other competitors that are in her little pod area, if you will, all trying to vie in that top 5 area. But if Powles can connect on an ambitious lift of 90 or even more, she's really going to put a lot of heat on these other competitors in that top 5 going into the deadlift segment.
Definitely. And, in terms of pressure, I think most athletes are not paying attention to the score sheet, which is a good thing. They should let their coaches do that, and then let the coaches make the decision on what numbers to put in or how best to combat a fellow competitor from trying to overtake you in the total and the competition. So generally as a lifter, I try to ignore what's going on around me and just focus on what I need to do in my warm-ups and out on the platform. And at the end of the day, if I can do that, then I should make more lifts than I miss, and that the more lifts that I make is going to put me in the best position to win anyways, regardless of what's happening around me.
Well, now, to anybody that's a competitor, scoreboard watching is inevitable for most folks. How difficult is it to stay disciplined and stay in the moment of your lift, not really paying attention to the numbers that are going on all around you?
Yeah, it's different for different people in terms of how well attentive they are to what's going on, and whether or not they can pull back from that inclination to try and just lift within themselves or get caught up with other people are doing. And some of that comes down to the coach, and if the coach knows the lifter tends to look at stuff, to do things to prevent that lifter from being able to see what's going on. Or sometimes lifters do better when they know what's going on. It pushes them to say, I need to stay patient with this competitor, and it allows them to lift more weight. So throughout time as a lifter and with a good coach, you can kind of know what's best for you and your athlete.
Rachel Meltzer unable to get her third lift completed, as she will stay now at 55, and she'll carry that number with her into the deadlift segment, as that brings up Nasaya Smith, who will be making an attempt at 62.5 kilos. As she connected on 55 and 60 earlier, she'll try to go up 2.5 kilos to add to her score here this afternoon. She's not going to be able to do it. And it looked like that the moment she started to bring the bar down, there was some inconsistency in the path going to the chest.
There definitely was, and as a spectator and someone who's been in the sport a decent amount of time, I'm not entirely sure what caused her to have the problems with the descent that she had, but it definitely clearly affected her ability to complete the lift.
So that'll bring up Ellay Merana. Merana connected at 55.60, now making a 5-kilo jump to 65 on her final attempt here. As Merana, as it stands right now, sitting in 10th position. Be very interesting to see what a make here might do at 65 kilos for her in this competition. And is not going to be able to get there. No, she's going to be at 60 kilos going into the deadlift.
It's interesting as we see we're halfway through the third bench press attempts, and it's going very similar to how the squats went. A lot of made attempts on the first and second rounds, and a lot of missed attempts on the third.
Is it conceivable, Matt, that we're dealing with a situation here to where, in all honesty, they've hit somewhere near their apex on their second attempts? They feel like maybe they're playing with house money, so they give a rather ambitious third attempt, knowing that even if they don't connect, they really haven't given much away.
That's possible. I would find it unlikely that all of these lifters have gotten to that point. Some of it, I think, just might be the pressure of trying to keep pace with other lifters. If most of these lifters have made the same jumps from attempt to attempt as everyone else in the flight, so they don't want to be at a loss from another lifter who does make all of their attempts, so they push themselves a little bit more. But when everyone's missing attempts like this, then the better route would have been to go down 2.5 kilos and put yourself in a better position to hopefully make the weight.
We're now not quite sure what we've got going on here. Is now
I'm not sure.
Sharon Derr is saying that she missed at 70, so
Madison Coffey is up now.
I saw Derr back in the back room, so I didn't notice an attempt being made. It was very difficult.
She might have just been passing and allowing the clock to run out. I was focused on the score sheet here, and I wasn't entirely sure what was the holdup there.
Coffey making an attempt at 72.5 kilos. Coffey not going to be able to complete that, so she'll take 67.5 with her. Now, as we get toward the bottom of this final rotation, as we've got a logjam in certain spots with folks jockeying for position, I would think for the likes of Meghan Valentine, Holly Kimball, Whitney Thomas-Powell, so on and the like, it's going to be important for them to hit on this third and final attempt, if for no other reason, to just keep the positive momentum going into the deadlift segment.
Exactly. And now they're the ones that are also at the top of the list, so there's a reason that they're at the top there. They're making lifts, and they're lifting within themselves for the most part, so they might be the ones that know best that the third attempts that they put in are something that they can make when everyone else has been missing.
Cynthia Church, another miss in the third rotation, so she'll take 70 kilos with her into the deadlift segment. And now Meghan Valentine is going to go from 60 to 65, now making an attempt at 72.5. And I've got to be honest with you, that seems rather ambitious. It seems like she really wants to shut the door on this event right here with this lift.
Yeah, it is ambitious, and we'll see if she makes it, and she's not
going to be able to.
No, and there's a few things that might go into that. I think that attempt selection might have come from the fact that she missed 2 of her 3 squats, and she was trying to make up for that, and her first 2 benches did look really, really strong and good. And so maybe she's like, look, I'm feeling good. The bench is feeling good. I need to make up for what I didn't do on the squat. So let's be aggressive with a third attempt, and ultimately I think it didn't work out for her, and she wasn't able to press that up.
So that'll bring up Teresa Britt making an attempt at 75. This is her second attempt at 75, and looks like there was a slight dip in the right side, which didn't matter. She was not able to bring it to the rack anyway, as we'll now have Holly Kimball come up. So Teresa Britt will take a 70 with her into the deadlift segment as Holly Kimball now. And what would be interesting here, if Kimball's able to connect at 85 kilos and Valentine is just in at 65, it will trim the margin somewhat. It may not be enough to really make this a one-lift deadlift sort of event, but if for no other reason, it will create a little drama going into the deadlift if Kimball can connect here at 85.
Certainly, and I think giving her some positive momentum going into it.
Britt not able to connect at 75 there.
She beat the press command, and I think she's pretty frustrated with herself on that. I think she might have felt like she had the strength to do it, but as soon as she realized that she beat the press command, I think she knew that it was going to be a no lift, and so she didn't continue on with the lift, which was probably pretty smart, conserve energy for herself.
Now, how difficult can it be for something like that to linger with a lifter?
I mean, it depends on the lifter. A good lifter is going to have a short memory, just like any athlete. They're going to make mistakes throughout a competition generally, and if they can kind of move on and forget that happened, then that suits them well. So other lifters, that mindset might linger, and it definitely will affect them negatively as they move forward.
And Holly Kimball takes it to the rack.
And that's a no lift.
Not able to connect.
Now, what I think happened there is clearly a strong lift. She moved the weight into the full range of motion, but what happened there is I think the bar started drifting towards the rack, and the spotters and loaders had to catch it, and that was prior to getting the rack command from the head judge, which is why that was deemed a no lift. And that's, in terms of the overall competition, a pretty big mistake on her part, because I think she could have had that lift minus that, and that would have been helpful for her total. See, third attempt here. Oh, just not strong enough for Whitney Thomas-Pals. That's going to end the bench presses for the afternoon, and actually for the competition as a whole. We're going to have a 20-minute break for the lifters to warm up and get ready for the deadlift. And in those 20 minutes, we're going to have some commercials for everyone and come back, and we're going to talk to, I believe, Caleb Williams and Josh Rohr, the meet directors for this meet, and talk to them about how they decided to come up with this meet. I think it's been a few years in the making, and get some more input from them on the competition.
Matt, as a matter of fact, we're going to go ahead and go right into the interview now with Caleb Williams. I mean, when you're talking about real players, icons, if you will, in the sport, you can't have two much better than the two that we're going to have with us here this afternoon. First of all, I want to thank Caleb Williams for taking the time to be with us today here at this 5-bar showdown. Caleb, when it came to having this event come into play, what were some of the things that you and Josh started thinking about when it came into the Superman, Superwoman concept?
Josh and I have known each other for a long time, actually since college. We've kind of been dreaming this up since that time, so it's been a long time in the making, and it's kind of evolved over the years, and we finally were able to put it together this year and make it happen. The exciting thing about this is it brings together two different strength sports, both strength sports, but very different cultures, very different communities, and it kind of unites them into one event, and it adds a whole new element of strategy. And there's a lot of first-time powerlifters doing their first weightlifting competition today, and vice versa. A lot of weightlifters doing their first powerlifting competition. So a lot of learning went on during the day, and a lot of different strategies had to come into play on where do you take advantage of your strengths, where do you go ahead and let your weaknesses go, and looking at the overall totals of Sinclair combined with the Wilks all throughout the day. So there's a lot of really interesting things, and we're heading into the deadlifts here, and this is going to be the deciding moment for the Superwoman, so it's going to be exciting.
Caleb, I know you're super busy, but I did want to ask you one final question.
Yeah.
What do you see as the future looking like for this Superman, Superwoman contest, when you're looking at the Sinclair system, when you're looking at the Wilkes system, could we see this type of event become an annual staple for both disciplines in the future?
Yeah, there's not a doubt. We've already been talking about next year, making plans. The five-bar showdown is going to continue to grow, get bigger and better every single year. More lifters, more competition, and more money.
Well, Caleb, I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I hope as this thing continues to evolve and grow, you guys will ask me back, because I have had a blast this weekend. It's an amazing concept, and I think it's got a fantastic future. Caleb, thank you for the time today.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to be here, and thanks for you guys coming up, providing this webcast, and making this available for everybody's friends and family around the country. So thank you.
Caleb, again, thank you so much. When we come back on the other side of this timeout, we'll have Josh Rohr as we'll talk to him about what this event has been as a labor of love for him in the recent months and years. We'll be back in just a bit with the 5-Bar Showdown. And we're back here at the 5-Bar Showdown from suburban Atlanta, Georgia. Brian Rushing here with you during our break as we go and transition from the bench press to the deadlift. Here with me, a very, very special guest when it comes to this event. One of the presenting sponsors, Josh Rohr from Team Rohr. Josh, I want to thank you so much for your time and for being here this afternoon with us. Had an opportunity just a moment ago to speak with Caleb Williams about what his thoughts were on this event. I'm going to get it right from the horse's mouth this afternoon. Josh, what was it that came to mind to bring this type of event together, and how long of an undertaking was it to get us to where we are today?
Well, to be honest, I think Caleb is to blame for it. He started out in powerlifting, competed at the very highest level, won multiple world championships, and then he switched over to weightlifting, where he also was very successful, won nationals, things like that. And they actually kept track historically of the Superman total, and I want to say Caleb had the #1 Superman total. Which he won't brag about that, but he did. So that kind of is what sparked the idea. Is, hey, why not? You know, especially with the introduction of CrossFit, a lot of people are getting into the barbell movements, and we just thought, well, hey, this is an official thing. Why don't we actually put on an event where they do all of them in a day and actually have a competition for it versus comparing people over time? Let people go head to head at it.
Josh Rohr here with us this afternoon at the 5-Bar Showdown. Now, certainly, as nice an idea as this was, couldn't have possibly gone without any hitches whatsoever. What were some of the initial challenges that you guys were running into actually making this event come to fruition?
Well, the biggest challenge on my end was getting all of the scoring to work together, because we have a scoring program that does powerlifting and gives you a Wilkes score, and we have a program that does weightlifting and gives you a Sinclair. Getting them to talk to each other and be able to pull the data into one where people actually know what their scores are and what they need to win was important, and it, especially with money on the line, it's something that I wanted to make sure we got right, so people actually knew and could make educated attempt selections, in terms of competing for that top spot. So that was the biggest challenge on my end, I think.
Now, for those that are watching this stream, or that will be watching it on demand later on at some point, that maybe weren't aware of this type of event taking place in time to register, or just considering the possibility of performing in it in future years to come, give us your best ideas as to why this event works and why bringing the best of the best from both weightlifting and powerlifting and sort of marrying the Sinclair and the Wilkes system, why you think this has such a future to it and why you think this will be such an amazing event coming down the line.
Well, I think there's a lot of crossover. I mean, there's a lot of powerlifters that only do powerlifting, a lot of weightlifters that only do weightlifting, but there's a lot of people that do both, at least to some degree. So it kind of adds a little fuel to their fire where, you know, they might be focusing on a powerlifting meet or focusing on a, you know, weightlifting meet and maybe not really concentrating on the other discipline so much. Coming into an event like this, like it's pedal to the metal in both areas. So I think it gives a lot of motivation for training, and just the competition aspect. I mean, we looked at, you know, there's some of the top powerlifters in the country, you know, I'm kind of curious how they would have stacked up in the Superman, you know, and vice versa. You know, some of the top weightlifters in the country, you know, what if they, you know, tried to squat, bench, and deadlift just to see, you know? I think there's a lot of interest and I guess unknown, you know, in terms of what, even after watching these scores, like my predictions coming in were way off. I made some guesses just based on, you know, previous lifts, but you know, you miss one lift here, you miss a lift here. It's so much more important now to make attempts because there's so many of them.
Right.
You know, in a straight weightlifting meet or a straight powerlifting meet, you know, missing one, you know, that still hurts you sometimes, but you know, sometimes you still pull for the win. But if you miss, you know, a snatch, you miss a clean and jerk, you miss a squat, you miss a bench, that's 4 misses. I mean, that adds up quick. So, you know, I think we've seen a lot of, you know, people maybe be a little bit more conservative on their attempts leading into the deadlift, just to, you know, build the total.
I do want to change gears as we're here with Joshua just a little bit, just slightly. What, from your perspective right now, and I'm asking specifically in terms of the powerlifting landscape, where do you see the powerlifting sport in and of itself going in the next 5 to 10 years? Because it seems like that there's still a lot of places this sport can go, even though it's picking up considerable momentum. From your standpoint, where you sit, where do you see the sport of powerlifting going in the next 5 to 10 years?
You know, I think it's just a matter of stuff like this being more mainstream available, I guess, where people can watch it from home. You know, 10 years ago, you mentioned powerlifting and nobody, you know, they're like, oh, are you the ones that get up on the stage and flex? Like, people didn't know what it is. And I think it's becoming more exposed to, you know, more people, and I think it's becoming more popular and people have a better understanding of what the sport is. So that in itself, I think, is where it's going, is it's becoming more of a, you know, has the potential to become more of a mainstream sport where, you know, everybody can do it. And that's the thing, like, everybody can do it.
Right. Now, to follow up with that, we talk about the trajectory of the sport in general. You're stationed here in the Atlanta area. Certainly you've got pretty strong powerlifting who is in the Atlanta area. Another presenting sponsor, you've got Caleb Williams, Weightlifting USA. How is powerlifting in the Atlanta area growing by comparison to the general area? Is it following the same trajectory, or is it going at a faster clip than even it would be in general?
Well, I think we're right on the trend, but you know, I think Atlanta area and Georgia specifically actually was a little bit ahead of the curve. Our numbers in the sport of powerlifting back in like 2011, 2012 took a dramatic increase, and the rest of the country was a few years later. And I honestly attribute that a lot to CrossFit. I think a lot of the CrossFit started in Atlanta. I don't know if they started in Atlanta, but they grew in popularity in Atlanta really quick earlier on, and I think a lot of that carried over. It exposed a lot of people to the barbell movements. You know, if you go into the CrossFit gym and be like, hey, I'm actually really good at the power lifts, well, hey, why don't you try this powerlifting competition? I think that fed a lot of our membership early on, and I think it's just continued to grow from there.
I'm going to ask you one final question. I think it's very important, and I'm going to ask you to actually pull out your crystal ball, so to speak, if you will. Give us an idea, if you can, of what you think the future looks like in regards to the Superman, Superwoman competition, and what are some of the things that you would like to see happening in its evolution in the coming years?
I just think the concept of it is so interesting, and I would love to see, and to be honest, I've already seen a few other competitions like this popping up. So it's kind of exciting to be the first official one sanctioned through USA Weightlifting and USA Powerlifting, but I believe there are more on the horizon. And I think once people kind of get a concept of what it is and how it works, that it's just going to, things that are interesting, I think people are going to flock to.
Well, and so I'm going to follow up with this one final question. Could you see this event conceivably taking on sort of an all-star concept to where the best in the world of Olympic weightlifting and the best in the world of powerlifting sort of converge with one another in maybe a team concept that would then really pit the best of the best amongst each other?
Well, I got to be honest, that may or may not be something Caleb and I have already discussed and maybe looking into. I'm not going to make an official statement on that, but that is kind of something I think would be very interesting. Right now we have some of the meets like the Arnold Sports Festival and things like that where some of the best powerlifters compete against each other across weight classes. But now we're talking about best of the best powerlifters competing against the best of the best weightlifters. That's a concept that we want to pursue further and see what we can do with it.
Josh, I think you're on to a fantastic idea. I think really from those that follow a Olympic weightlifting centric sort of mindset to those that follow the powerlifting centric mindset, I think this is a real good opportunity for them to get a glimpse at the other side of strength sport while at the same time engaging in what really seems to be a very neat competition, and I can't wait to see what the future holds for it. Josh, I've had a fantastic weekend. I hope that you'll invite me back over and over again as this continues to evolve, because I would love to be on the leading edge with this, and of course with you and Dr. Cunningham and everybody involved in this event, as I think it would be fantastic.
Absolutely. We appreciate you being here.
Well, Josh, again, thank you for your time. When we come back, folks, we'll bring back the final segment, the deadlift portion here at the 5-Bar Showdown. We'll be back from Metro Atlanta. And we're back here from the Atlanta metro area as we continue with our final segment coverage in the finale here of the inaugural 5-bar showdown presented by Team Rohr, Pretty Strong Powerlifting, and Williams Weightlifting USA. As we're here for the final segment, the deadlift portion of the Superwoman competition. Myself, Brian Rushing, here with Matt Buttermer. Matt, we get to the final segment, and as you're taking a look at the Superwoman competition, have we seen enough of a move from Holly Kimball after the bench press portion to make any sort of substantial move on Meghan Valentine, who has been the prohibitive favorite since we got out of the Olympic weightlifting segment?
Following the bench press, she hasn't really dug into Meghan's lead at all, Holly, that is. Right now it's 27 coefficient points, and before it was 30. Not too much of a chip away at it. She does have the highest deadlift by quite a bit, and Meghan's is probably still good within her weight class, but might not be enough to really increase her Wilks enough. I think what will happen is that Holly will bite into Meghan's lead, but I don't think that she's going to be able to pick up 30 Wilks points on her to overtake her. What is interesting is that right now the third and fourth place battle is neck to neck. Both of them are at 539, or will be at 539 following their opening deadlifts. And so that's going to be a jockey for position throughout the whole deadlift session to see how coaches view that, what type of attempts they put in for their second and third. And I'd anticipate, I know that Nasaya Smith, her coach, is Caleb, and so he's well suited to know what type of attempts to put in, and especially how to change the third attempts, because the lifters do get 2 deadlift changes for their third attempt. So we'll have to be looking at that when we get to that point to see who has the advantage there, and let's see who's pulling more weight. Teresa Britt is, so she'll have the advantage of knowing what she has to pull on her third attempt to overtake Nasaya if they are close.
As it stands, though, right now, in effect, if Meghan Valentine qualifies with any number around 115 whatsoever, that number's been strategically pointed out to where, essentially, if she hits on one of those lifts and gets a qualifying score, she's going to walk away with the Superwoman title. So, essentially, it's just a jockey for position to see who gets close at this point.
Exactly, and I believe there are some prizes for second and third place. So even though it looks like Meghan should come away with the cash prize and the first place finish, that second and third place is still a bit up for grabs, and that'll be probably the competition or the race that we'll be looking to see as we go through the deadlifts.
So we'll see what happens the rest of the way as Barbara Parsons will begin with a deadlift of 90 kilos. As things will run quickly here, with just 13 lifters in this competition, they'll go through their deadlift segments relatively fast as Parsons connects at 90 kilos, so she's on the board, and that'll bring up Sharon Derr.
Yeah, I'm looking at a lot of the deadlift openers, and vast majority of them are all within 10 to 15 kilograms of each other, so that's going to be not a lot of weight change that needs to occur, so the lifters will be able to go out there pretty quickly and do their attempts, so it should make things go pretty quickly throughout all of the deadlifts, and that could mess with some of the lifters if they feel like it's a short rest in between lifts, or if the speed of which everything's happening causes them to have to rush in putting in an attempt could impact how they're able to lift.
Sharon Derr completes her first attempt at the deadlift, 115 kilos, gets 3 white lights, so she's on the board. It's been a really interesting competition that we've had today, and as compelling as the lifts have been this afternoon, I think some of the interviews have been equally as compelling. You had an opportunity to interview Dr. Vanessa Gale earlier in the competition. I had, during the split, an opportunity to talk with both Josh Rohr and Caleb Williams. And Josh Rohr really, without dropping a bombshell, kind of dropped a bombshell saying that as this tournament continues to develop, this could take on a real all-star sort of feel, and I thought that was a fantastic concept, and I think as it develops could create a lot of energy and momentum for this event moving into the future. As Meghan Valentine connects on her lift at 150 kilos, and that sets up Madison Coffey, who will make her initial attempt at 120.
Definitely not. I think the timing of this meet is shortly after the Raw Worlds competition, which the U.S. has a number of competitors that compete in it, and that's always held in June. So he might be looking to change the timing or timeline of when this meet is held if he wants to attract some of the top-end lifters, both in powerlifting, Olympic lifting, and mix between the two. But I think the expectation is that he's going to try and build this meet and get more money and try and maybe change the timeline around to bring in those better lifters that reside across the country.
Madison Coffey connects at 120 kilos, which now Ellay Merana will be attempting at 120. So Merana seemed to handle that with no issue whatsoever. She'll get 3 white lights there, so she's on the board at 120, and that brings up Nasaya Smith. And now Nasaya Smith sort of tied up in that competition for those that are going to finish in the top 5 right now as it stands. She's locked in at 4 as far as forecast positioning. We'll see what transpires here in the next little bit coming up in this deadlift segment.
She's getting ready to approach the platform now, getting some last-minute advice from her coach, Caleb. Now, Nasaya did miss a few of her squats and benches, and that might be what ultimately comes into play on whether or not she's able to move into 3rd place and secure 3rd place at the end of the deadlift portion of the competition. But her opening deadlift looked very good, and it's a quick input for her second attempt of it's going to be 132.5 kilograms.
She's on the board at 125, and now Cynthia Church will make an opening attempt at 130. And I've got to be honest with you, just as an aside here, she gets 3 white lights on that 130 kilogram deadlift. I saw her socks, and it said burpees, yay. And that must have been an ironic comment, because I see burpees and I do them on the rarest of occasion, and I've never put the word burpees and yay in the same sentence.
I'd have to imagine that statement is a bit of an ironic statement on those socks and not meant to be something that is something she gets excited about doing. But maybe she's one of those few people that just...
She's definitely in the minority.
Yeah.
No question about it. As Laura Mattison connects at 130, so they're rattling off these deadlifts in pretty good success here in this opening segment. Caitlin Matson will be making an attempt at 130 kilos also. As we're wrapping things up here, a day full of Olympic weightlifting, powerlifting as we've taken it on in the afternoon. We had other disciplines going on throughout the day as Caitlin Matson gets 3 white lights, so she's on the board at 130 kilos. There was a lot of action this weekend, Matt, and I think having the convergence of folks that are strictly Olympic weightlifting and powerlifting and having them all in one locale, I think really made for an intriguing weekend. And as we get closer and closer to the end of the day, I'll get your overall thoughts on it, as you were part of it in so many different ways throughout the weekend. As Teresa Britt at 132.5 will make her lift attempt. She gets 1 red light, 2 whites, so it's a good lift. She's on the board at 132.5. As that'll bring up Rachel Meltzer. Rachel Meltzer starting out at 137.5 as she got 2 out of 3 in her bench press segment, so she's going to try to finish here on a high note with a bit of a crescendo at 137.5 with her open. We'll see how the rest of her day transpires. She's waiting for the cue to come to the platform.
Bar is loaded now. Speaking of lifting attire, I don't know if you've taken a look at her singlet. It's got a unicorn on it, some rainbow. It matches the rest of her attire.
That's a unique garb.
Yes.
Without question. Certainly, if given some time at another event, I may inquire as to what specifically that appeals to her on. 137.5 was that lift as she got 2 out of 3 there, and that'll bring up Whitney Thomas-Powles, who will be making an attempt at 140 kilos. And certainly, I mean, as you begin to look at things like that, when you've got sponsorships, some are wearing what the sponsor tells them to wear. You've got that component. You've got some that are independent lifters, so they take a more conservative approach. And then you've got some folks that are trying to make a statement with what it is that they're wearing. And that's sort of the neat confluence of people that are here. It's a really good cross-section of people in general.
Yeah, the powerlifting community is pretty broad in terms of the type of lifters and people that they are, and their backgrounds and what they enjoy outside of lifting. And it just happens to be that the thing that ties us all together is that we like to pick things up and put them down.
And Holly Kimball will round out this first rotation. Certainly, if you see her support staff with her, not really giving away a whole lot there. They're obviously Georgia Bulldog fans, as you can see that G that is quite popular and familiar in the northern portions, at least in the 85 corridor of the state of Georgia. Kimball at 160 kilos.
Yep.
So that's a good opener for her. She's in at 160, so each lifter now with a qualifying score, now they just look to try to make their jumps incrementally in one way, shape, or form. This could be a very intriguing last couple of rotations. Maybe not necessarily at the top, as it looks like Meghan Valentine has all but locked it in. But what happens in those positions 2, maybe even all the way through down through 7 and 8? You've got a number of sort of inner pods there working in competition with one another. Barbara Parsons will be making an attempt at 100 kilos. Parsons connected earlier at 90 and seemed to handle 100 with very little issue.
Yeah, I'd expect similar to what we saw in the bench press and the squat, that a lot of these lifters are going to hit their first and second attempts, and then when we start getting to the third attempts where people are trying to jockey for position and try and hit PRs and such, that we're going to see some missed lifts definitely in the third attempts.
Folks, don't forget, for the best in online strength sport coaching right here in the Peach State, look for Team Rohr. You can find them online at teamrohr.com, one of our presenting sponsors of this weekend's 5-bar showdown from the suburban Atlanta area. So glad that you've been here with us throughout the entire weekend. Those that have, thank you for your support of Olympic weightlifting, powerlifting, as Sharon Derr will be making her second attempt, going from 115 to 120. She seems to have nailed that one. She gets 3 white lights.
So now I've noticed, looking at some of the inputs for the second attempts, Meghan Valentine, her opener was pretty easy, but she only went up 5 kilograms, and that's a little surprising. Now maybe she's just trying to make sure that she hits her attempts so that she can maintain the advantage that she has to keep first place going, and I think that's probably what's going into play. As we look at that, it looks pretty easy to me.
Well, I would think that it would be very reasonable to say that she's probably going to go at something like somewhere in the ballpark of 125 to round this thing out and put up more than enough points in the coefficient to claim the top spot and get the top prize.
And that's exactly what she's done. She's, following that lift, has increased by 5 kilograms to her third attempt of 125, which is 275 pounds.
And I guess that's the benefit to coming out with such a substantial lead after the first 2 Olympic weightlifting disciplines. If you're able to handle the snatch and the clean and jerk in such a proficient manner as she obviously did to create this lead, she's obviously in great shape going into the powerlifting segment, where she may not be the best powerlifter out there. It's really quite irrelevant, as the points speak to her consistent level of performance making all the difference for her.
Yep, definitely. And I'm looking at the race for third place, and right now we've got Teresa Britt, who's in third, and Nasaya Smith is in fourth, both at 5:39. Following their second attempts, if both of them should be successful, that will actually reverse. Nasaya Smith will move into third place, and Teresa Britt will fall into 4th place with a difference between them of 2 coefficient points. So I don't think that ultimately is going to impact too much. That's a miss from Ellay.
Ellay Merana misses at 127.5. Before that, Madison Coffey connected at 125. Merana already entering at 127.5 for her attempt coming up. It's Nasaya Smith will come in at 132.5 for her second offering here in this deadlift segment.
And this will really kind of set the stage for what she might do on her 3rd attempt and jockey for position to be in 3rd place, because I think that's what she's ultimately going to be fighting for.
Into our 8th hour of broadcasting here this afternoon. We got 11 hours in yesterday, so we've not quite put in as many hours today as yesterday, but yesterday was an epic morning and afternoon of some great Olympic lifting as well as powerlifting as we crowned a Superman champion. And yesterday's event was Caitlin Matson at 132.5. She's now on the board at 132.5. Nasaya Smith was able to connect on her lift. And now that will set the scene for Cynthia Church, who's making the move from 130 potentially to 137.5 with her second offering.
Yeah, and as I would have thought, the second attempts are going to form just as the first attempts have gone, and everyone's making the lifts minus Ellay, and I'm a little surprised that she missed that, but she's going to get to reattempt it on her 3rd.
Church making pretty easy work of that lift in particular, so she's in at 137.5, and that'll bring up Laura Mattison. As this inaugural event bringing 13 women into the afternoon segment, and all want to finish strong. Madison completes her lift. It's white lighted, so she's at 137.5, and now for Teresa Britt. And at this stage, a pivotal lift for her as she's sitting at 140. Nasaya Smith already in at 132.5, and Smith has already put in for her final lift attempt at 140. So for Britt, she probably really needs to connect on this one here.
Definitely. I mean, in order to keep pace and make sure that she puts herself in a position to pull for 3rd place, she needs to make this and make it look easy, and indeed she has. What is interesting is that the coach for Teresa Britt and the coach for Nasaya Smith is the same person. It's Caleb Williams. So he's coaching 2 people that are kind of going against each other to claim 3rd place in this competition, and he needs to be able to coach them appropriately. I doubt he's giving way to one person over or one woman over the other. But
well, he better not, because this is for bragging rights in the gym.
Exactly.
It's Rachel Meltzer will be making an attempt at 147.5. Britt connects at 140. Meltzer will wait on the scoring. That lift does not connect, so she right now keeps the 137.5 going into her final attempt, as Whitney Thomas-Powles will be making her second effort at 147.5.
And as I see the input for Teresa Britt's 3rd attempt, she went up 7.5 kilograms from her second, similar to what Nasaya Smith did. So that's going to basically maintain Nasaya Smith's lead. And I think the thinking there is that Teresa can always change since she's following Nasaya and put in whatever number she needs to overtake Nasaya and see if she has it within herself to be able to pull that.
So Whitney Thomas-Powles connects at 147.5, so that'll set up Holly Kimball. Kimball going to 175 kilos for this second attempt, as she may be looking to try to cut some of the gap between herself and Meghan Valentine, but it looks like it could very well be too little too late in regards to the overall battle.
Yeah, Brian, if she hits this deadlift, she will, the difference between her and Meghan will be 28 coefficient points, which in one single final deadlift at the end, I don't think is going to be something she's capable of overcoming.
It would take a superhuman effort.
but she also has to make sure that she keeps the lead that she has over the third and fourth place competitors.
Without question. And at 175,
that's no
she's
good.
Not able to connect on that lift.
Yeah, and we're going to do a replay on this. And I think what happened is that she wasn't quite locked out in her knees. And yeah, looking at it now, that the replay tends to indicate that to me. Certainly is that she was a little soft in her knees, and that's what she got called for from the two judges, is that she was not fully erect and locked with her knees.
So that completes our second rotation as we now go in to the final lift of the day for each of the competitors, as Barbara Parsons will be making an effort of 107.5 kilos to round out her competition.
So I noticed that Teresa Britt has already done one deadlift change. She has upped it by 2.5 kilograms, and with the current inputs that we have for the lifts, if her and Nasaya Smith were both able to hit their third attempts, that Teresa would overtake Nasaya and get the third place finish.
It doesn't look like that Parsons is going to be able to complete her day with a positive result. She'll take with her 100 kilos to the end of the day. So Parsons putting in the effort this afternoon. And I would imagine she was chomping at the bit when given the opportunity to be in a Superwoman competition. She has performed quite admirably this afternoon. She'll give way to Sharon Derr, who will be making an attempt at 125 kilos.
Let's see, I'm anticipating a few more misses during the third deadlifts, but she only made a 5 kilo jump here, so I feel like this is within her strength to be able to pull as long as she maintains her technique. I think that attempt proved to be the right number, because she did get that.
She gets 3 white lights there, so she connects at 125. So she carries that number with her to the end of the day. She'll now see Meghan Valentine, and this in effect could be the coronation lift for Valentine. If she connects here, essentially this is her exclamation point on the event.
Certainly would seem so.
And seemed to handle it with plenty to spare.
Definitely.
I think if she would have been in a critical point, as we're going to try to take a look at the replay in its entirety. Matt, give us your thoughts.
I think she had more in the tank, and I don't think she was trying to do a max effort deadlift on this. I think she was just trying to make sure that it was a number that she could hit on her third attempt to just kind of lock up the first place position and the prize money.
So a very solid day of work for Meghan Valentine. Is going to be rewarded with a win here in this Superwoman competition here at the 5-bar Showdown 2017 version. It's Ellay Merana.
There you go. Now she missed that on her second attempt, and it was, and what I looked at was due to strength. She was never able to pull it off the ground, but she came back here, and I think she's just more patient off the bottom. It took a little bit for her to get it off the ground and feel comfortable with it. And once she got it past her knees, she just locked it out very easily.
And getting over that speed bump, apparently very important to Merana. She was able to get that on the final attempt, so now sitting at 127.5.
Up now we've got Madison Coffey with 137.5 kilograms, 303 pounds. A little bit too much for her today. I think she was just trying to break that 300-pound barrier and just didn't have it today. Now we're at Nasaya Smith. She's fighting to keep and maintain third place position.
A young lady that just turned 18 last month, trying to stay in the top 3 or 4 in this competition. Wow.
She did that quite easily. Honestly, I think that looked easier than her first and second attempt, and that, I think,
And a little bit of intensity there, by the way, from Smith, as she really wanted to nail that one, did so.
Yeah, I think that surprised her coach Caleb a little bit with how easily she was able to pull that.
So we go to Cynthia Church, making an attempt of 140 after connecting at 130 and 137.5.
All looked like a good lift to me. Let's see what the judges say. That is 3 white lights.
3 white lights, so she's on at 140. Don't know about burpees, yay, but deadlifts, absolutely yay, as she's 3 for 3 in this final segment.
I'm seeing a lot of our lifters make their third attempts, and it was a little bit different than I was expecting to happen, but it sounds like people know how they want to end, and they want to end on a high note and make the lift.
Well, I mean, you mentioned that. I mean, I know that Ellay Merana, coming from the state of California, traveled some 2,100 miles to be here. I can promise you, if I've got a plane flight coming that's going to be taking me from one side of the country to the next, I want to hit my last lift. No question about it. It's Mattison, 3 white lights there, so she's on the board at 145. So we'll take a look at it on replay, I believe is what we have.
Okay.
Madison at 145. Handled that.
Yeah.
So now she gets to take the ride back home with the thought of knowing that she landed her last lift. Caitlin Matson at 147.5, making a substantial jump and can't quite do it. She went from 130 to 132.5 and then jumped it up 15 kilos, but was not able to connect there.
Yeah, I think the thinking there was that they put in a real light second attempt, knowing that they were going to make a big jump on their third to try and catch whoever they wanted to surpass some people and save some energy there. Ultimately, she just didn't quite have the strength to be able to hit the number that they put in for her third attempt, though.
Rachel Meltzer at 150 kilos. Slow to develop, not going to get the white lights necessary, as it looks like she was never really able to lock out there. And it started off slowly, and it never really quite developed on that final lift for Meltzer, so she'll take 137.5 with her.
All right, so now Teresa Britt's got 152.5 kilograms on the bar. This is 336 pounds. If she pulls this successfully, she will pass Nasaya Smith to claim third place overall.
But Smith has put quite a bit of pressure on her, where she was probably a little out of her comfort zone maybe with this lift.
Yeah, this is like a 23-pound jump from her second attempt, so there's no guarantees here. But she made it easy.
She looked like she hammered it there. Yep. And again, we talk about that technique. We'll see it on the replay.
Yeah.
You know, Matt, we talk about how she was able to take the knees and go outward, and that was able to give her enough juice to get up to the top of the lift and lock out.
Exactly. She started it out with her hips drifting a little bit before the bar did, and that wasn't great, but she was able to correct that and make the lockout pretty easy.
A great adjustment mid-lift, a sign of a good lifter. So she's able to connect there, and perhaps, if we're looking at the numbers right, she has passed Nasaya Smith. Whitney Thomas-Powles.
And actually, as it stands right now, she is in second place, and it forces Holly Kimball to make her third attempt. And what Holly's done is she's gone up after her third attempt, and I'm not sure what the thinking is here, because I don't think she can catch Meghan, and if she misses this, she'll drop all the way down to third place. And I'm not sure if her coaches are unaware of what's happening here, or if they're just confident that she can hit this. But if she does miss it, she will drop from second to third.
Well, she definitely has an intense look in her eye, so I believe she may have been saving something for this particular lift, as she's going to make the attempt at 185. And if the facial expression tells me anything, without question, she's going to make this lift. Still some work to do, however. She definitely seems to be in the moment here.
And we'll let her lifting do the talking right now. And there it is. That's a good lift.
She seems excited about it. She gets
Sure
three
enough.
white lights,
Yep.
so she connects at 185. So a great finish for Holly Kimball. As let's take a look at this one final replay of the afternoon.
Yep. A little slow on the lockout, but really smooth throughout, and that cinched her second place.
An intense finish there from Kimball locks in second place for her. So as we come to the close of this afternoon, Matt, an opportunity for you to participate in the Superman competition. You were able to bring coverage with us throughout the day on the Superwoman side. Do you have any final thoughts for us?
No, I think having been able to compete and then watch it, I think it's an interesting display of strength between two different disciplines and bringing together lifters that might never have been able to compete against each other or thought about competing against each other, and to display the multitude of strengths and athleticism that they have. And I think it's something that could really be grown and pitched to a lot of people as something that's exciting to watch and interesting to see.
Well, Matt, I definitely want to thank you for taking the time to spend your afternoon with me here in the broadcast. A lot of other people that we want to thank this afternoon. We want to thank Team Rohr. We want to thank Pretty Strong Powerlifting, Williams Weightlifting USA, LFT Nutrition, RoswellBarbell.com, Thrive Wellness Center, PowerDot for smart muscle stimulation, and Titan Support Systems. We thank you so much for all that you've done in supporting this endeavor, and we want to thank you, the fans, for checking out the action this afternoon, as it's been a great weekend of Olympic weightlifting and powerlifting converging onto one scene here in the metro Atlanta area. We thank you so much for tuning in. For myself, for Matt this afternoon, and also for Dr. Trey Cunningham, we thank you so much for tuning in. We can't wait to see you next time as we bring more action to you, and hopefully back here in 2018 for the 5-Bar Showdown. Until next time, folks, good night, everybody.